You're live. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. It's nice to see you. My name's Greg, or Hello Good Trade, or Hello Good Game, if you will, or Fuckhead, if you must. Anything you like. I'm okay with it. We're gonna survive. GameStop is trending upwards today, and that's it. That's I don't know how I'm gonna fill 4 hours every single day. That's my biggest worry moving forward, but that's okay. We're going to get through that all together. We have the Burry article we can go through today. What's up, Steven? How are you? Welcome. We're going to not watch The Chair Company anymore. I was watching a little bit of TV earlier, taking a bit of a relaxation period. For those of you who don't know, I do a private trading session in the morning, and then I'm here now, which is new. We've kind of redone the schedule. And then I'm on Twitch in the evenings, which I used to be doing during this time where we're playing Magic the Gathering and a lot of Battlefield 6 recently. So yeah, that's kind of like my daily schedule. We're trying to make it work. And if you ever need me, I'm always around, or there is someone here as well. So yeah, let me get rid of a couple of the things that aren't relevant here, and we can kind of chill out. If there's anything you want to talk about today, by all means, don't hesitate. Where we left off in the last video, I guess, is we're talking about the earnings report, which was announced after hours, which is great. Where is that? 8 days, and it's on, what, the 9th or something, right? Next Tuesday? Always a Tuesday. And so a little bit of time. There's about a week left there, and, these calls are probably still on the table for a little bit of a longer hold. Now, it is appropriate to scale out at some point. I mean, you're hitting 100% and not scaling out, just give your head a shake. Like, what is wrong with you? There's just so much hype this weekend about, this is it, but it's not. I hate to be that guy, but we're going to be here next week and next month and next year, and this is, not a one and done type situation where you can just hold, these calls that expire like right away, to thousands of percents. Like, obviously, we'd like to get you there. But it's not the time, right? There's a lot of IV right now. We can check that out. And it's just not something I'd really want to be participating in. Well, it's actually not the worst, but I think as the week goes on, this is really going to crank up. So, maybe we size in one more time. I was kind of looking for a dip today, honestly, to do one more buy-in that I could close out, maybe Friday. Shorter dated, but if we don't get it, we don't get it. What's important is that we get in before the earnings announcement for that original pump up, and if we can get some extra on this, that's great. But that's good enough. Like, if you can clear 50 to 100%, 4 times a year, it's really going to start compounding for you, and you can go from super stonk mindset of, oh, options are a scam, like there's such a terrible thing, to, these are a strategic investment that I can make work for myself with low risk, right? If you can do it the correct way, which we've been trying to teach everybody. Of course, you can min-max that, right? But when doing that and reaching for those higher gains, you are also increasing your risk, right? So it's important to me to just have everybody get a good baseline, right? Where they know, like as a fisherman, you're like, I can catch fish out of this river every day to feed my family, right? That's important to do. And then, you want to go land the whale, absolutely. By all means, go try with some of those profits. But to be doing the out of the money options, before you're rolling, I just think it's crazy, because there's a good chance you're going to be giving a lot of your profits back. And if they're not profits, then that's, your actual cash flow. So that's terrible also. The warrants are up, which is good to see. These should be, I think, much higher. But as that IV does climb, right, I do think that the warrants are going to be a little bit of a better option, because if you're unfamiliar, I think it'll even show us the IV crush here. There we go. Whether or not the stock does well, there will be an IV crush, right? So average implied volatility crush for earnings is 14%. Are you willing to take a 14% haircut on those contracts? Probably not. I certainly wouldn't want to, right? So average 30-day IV one day before earnings, 115, which is kind of crazy, I think, considering that we're at like 60, right? We're at 62 or something. So a lot of room to move up this week potentially. I think it's probably a little lower because the market was seeing a little bit of a retracement, which I'm pretty sure has just been erased. Aussie, welcome. Hello, hello. Let me check out the S&P 500 today. It's up, and we're over the that downtrend on the 15 minutes that we've been trying to invalidate and testing in. This isn't like a clear break because it did come back to the 200, but it's trying again. So like a good time to be scaling these out. I hate to be that guy, but you don't have to sell them all. Maybe because it's a premature scale out, 40% to 60% seems super duper reasonable. Just in case this breaks down, right? Because the broader market could definitely break down again, and that's going to hurt GameStop into earnings, and it just is what it is, right? So something to be aware of as a whole. We'll keep an eye on it though. Like I said, I just don't want anyone taking an L. So if you were in on these scale out, it's okay. You can ride that 60 or 40% that you leave into earnings, and then kind of scale those out maybe on Friday, maybe Monday or Tuesday afternoon. You want to get rid of the majority of them, and then you're just holding lottos through the earnings call because you will get hit with this IV crush. So lock in some profits, reduce your risk, and then if you do have some spectacular news where GameStop goes to 40, boom, nailed it. Lotto's printed 5,000%, killer. But the reality is that probably won't happen, and your contracts are going to go from 90%, 50% to 30% and 20%, and then everybody's going to be mass selling, and then the price is going to go even lower. It's just not a great thing to be a part of. Average IV the day of earnings 96, and we're still way below that. At that 60%, very, very low. 5 days after earnings, you can see how it's dumping, right? And we would suspect that to happen again, as this isn't just GameStop specific. This happens to every stock throughout its earnings report. So, we're chilling. Utilization is down, but still there. It's not like it's dropped off in its entirety and not spiking for us at all either there. We're going to open up the Discord for you guys soon. Some of you are already finding your ways in, which is fine. Linktree if you need, and then Hello Good Game, and then you'll find a Discord link, and then it's Stonkadelphia. Trying to be more active there. I did get some mods onboarded from my Magic community. We have well, it's actually in decline, I'll be honest, but a fairly robust community on Discord for Magic the Gathering Arena, and a lot of loyalists there to help protect everything, which is important. So, yeah, that's that. What do you guys have? Is this 4 hours yet? How long have we been here? Like 10 minutes, right? 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Yeah. We have some new socials up as well that I've not really been using. I don't know. I'm not a social butterfly, but I understand that it's going to be an important part of this process to build the community. So doing that. Let's take a look at technicals, I guess. On the 15-minute here, looking pretty good today, actually. That reversal signal this morning is awesome. Breaking above this local buy-side liquidity is pretty cool as well. Let's see if that can hold. We just set the 4 hour, didn't we? Right? And that's where we left off, right? It's like, okay, we got the 4 hour reversal. Let's try to hold the 200 here, or the 1 day 50, which is, just to show you basically the exact same level, right? Which has moved up a little bit. But then so has the 4 hour, right? So you can see how those are basically the same, just for future reference. And we do have this gap here, right? There's going to be this void in liquidity, which looks like it got filled this morning, which is awesome, right? So potential gap fill strategy here. Yeah, that's not bad. That's pretty good. If anyone played it, I certainly didn't. I don't really do a lot of that within GameStop unless it's a halt. Um, just the morning gap up because the broader market was up. It's not the same, in my opinion, as an actual halt band. Um, but it still exists. There's still going to be inefficiency in liquidity here, right? So this morning, picking that up is great. If you were to take a technical entry here, uh, this is what it would look like, right? Your long position is in the bar, like anywhere in this uh, inefficiency, right? Preferably the consequent encroachment or the CE 50% mark, with your stop loss, just below it, right? Give it some room to breathe, of course, and then you'd be aiming like we always do, just for 1-to-1, right? So not only getting a 1-to-1, but getting a potential 3-to-1 risk reward off of a classic entry model, which we go through every single day on our YouTube videos with my day trading, which I actually should take a quick look at. I do have things to monitor. Um, I'll be in and out throughout the day, right? Checking in on things. Oh, what's this? We have a warning. How's the stream quality? Warning: the stream's current bitrate is lower than. I can't even read that full thing. What does this say? Lower than the 6,800 recommended. Whoa! What kind of internet connection do you think I have? Lord have mercy. That's not happening. So yeah, the 4 hour is good, and then I think from the 15 minutes backwards is what we did last week, right? So we just want to make sure that these hold, because just how we tracked, the 15-minute outward to the 4 hour, setting the reversals one by one, so too will that happen on the retracement, right? So we're going to be looking for that bearish reversal signal now on the 15-minute, while simultaneously making sure that the 4 hour holds, right? And then maybe we can set the 1 day, right? So this looks fine. And then on that same note, we track the bearish signal, from those lower time frames to the higher time frames. Everything looks pretty good, to be honest. Market structure shift on that 30-minute chart is relevant for continuation this afternoon, carrying through to the 1 hour also. So this looks good, as far as holding the 1 day 50, or the 4,200. It looks good. I think this afternoon could be pretty decent. It's 10:11. We've only been here for 11 minutes. This is going to be a long day. Yeah, if there's anything at any point you guys want to talk about, don't hold back. We'll go through it. Been watching your trading videos for a little while now, and just wanted to say thanks for having a base and unbiased takes on the market, warning people of potential dangers and to be skeptical. Looks fine. Cool. Yeah, I mean, it is just, and a lot of things are that way, sadly. Everybody wants someone else's money, right? So it's not great, but it is what it is. Let's talk shit, I like to talk shit. I'm always talking trash, right? Lunar packs are alive. Okay, so you guys are going to get to see some upvote patterns here of mine. This is a clear upvote for me. Lunar packs are live. Perfect. Let's see you buy one. Right? Good golly. Okay, and we're going to talk about this too. Nice segue. So the power packs are genius because they allow the degens to recycle their GameStop gains, which is wild, right? So let's say in theory, there a squeeze happens, right? GameStop goes to whatever, 200, 300. I don't care. A little baby squeeze, right? And everybody makes out like a bandit, right? What are they going to do with those gains? Well, they're probably going to buy more GameStop, obviously, but I can almost guarantee you that they take a percentage of them and they start pushing them into the power packs just because that's what's hot, That's what's rad, dude. And I think that this is a stroke of genius on GameStop's behalf to have it all in place pre-squeeze, right? Just so once people get those gains, they can immediately start channeling them into the power packs. Of course, you should sit on your cash. Don't do anything with it. If you want to, even I'm gonna, want a couple percent. Why not? But you really should just sit on your hands. And you got to wait for GameStop to come back down in price, right? Because it's gonna drop, but then it's gonna bleed down, right? So it's gonna have a massive move, and we can even probably look at this. That looks great. Let's just do it on the bottom chart here. We got the warrants on the bottom chart, but let's just do a 4 hour, right? So this is a good example, right? So we have this nice move upwards, right? And then a massive drop. And then what happens after the drop? It bleeds down even more, right? Another good example, nice run up, massive drop, bleeds down after the run. And this is just classic seller boxing, chart pattern. But I think, because it's GameStop and everything that I'm sure you're aware of, where it's a unique position to overcome that. So we didn't really bleed down here. This was a really nice run, that I'm talking about, trying to reference as a good area to take some profits. And when I say that, I don't mean sell your whole position, but I do mean begin scaling out. Now you need to develop your own plan, right? Or not, and that is part of your plan, right? So the infinity pool, right? Yes, but it's not just infinity price, it's infinity time. So if you want $9,000 for your GameStop shares, you're going to have to hold that for 30 years, or whatever, right? So the longer you hold, obviously, the greater price you'll receive eventually. And if you are dead set on just the highest possible checkout you can, there's no need to trade at all, right? Just buckle in and enjoy the ride, and your grandkids, I'm sure, will be very pleased with you. However, for those of us who just have the hardest time waiting and are overactive, then it's a good opportunity to scalp around your core position. Whether that be, selling 5 or 10% on the highs. I'm not saying, sell even 50%. That's a lot. That, but you can start to bleed off the top during, I guess, what we would call these volumetric events when they hit. And we can see that also, on the RSI here. Whenever we're above that 70 mark, it's a good time to think about a potential scale out. It is what it is. I'm a trader, not necessarily. Well, I'm a holder too. Don't get me wrong. I'm here for the long term, but throughout that process, we've got moves to make to help grow the stack because this wasn't always this big, right? And it's all thanks to GameStop and Ryan Cohen, and because you have the faith to buy in on these lows because that your boys got your back, and it's a fantastic thing to have in comparison to a lot of these stocks are serial diluters, and I know GameStop's been doing some dilution as well, but there's a difference diluting at a high during a liquidity event than just at a new low and a new low and a new low and then a reverse split and then in a new low and a new low. Like that's what a lot of these companies do. So you're in good hands, right? The board is pretty decent, and I think a lot of that work where it's like trimming the toxic assets through the leases, etc., it's going to come to fruition sooner than later here, which is nice. And we still have a bit of an inflated market cap, no doubt. GameStop at 10 billion is quite a bit, but 6 of that or whatever is cash. So and then the zero debt is deployable as well if an opportunity presents itself, which is really cool as well. And we did that. We went through the cash floor. We can talk about that in a moment too. But the RSI breaking above that downtrend now, isn't that spectacular? Very, very interesting. Let's see if that can hold. And maybe we do actually make a run of it here into earnings. Um, we have seen earnings sometimes spike the day after, right? Where earnings came out, it gapped up, right? Where earnings did gap up, but then everybody was taking profits and then it gapped down. Um, that very much could be in the cards. I don't think we're gonna have the bond offering on the earnings at all. I don't think the price is where we need it to be for that. Um, It'll be interesting. Mostly just looking forward to the evolution or continuation of the hardware versus collectibles ratio. Seeing just how well the collectibles can do, the tailwind of the hardware from the Twitch 2 release, right? Um, you should see the size of my GameStop bag. Maybe I'll bring it out here in a little bit. I have guaranteed the biggest GameStop bag that there is, without a doubt. I asked for the biggest one, and we've got that. um, so yeah, RSI breaking up, that's pretty decent. But even though if earnings gaps up, the contracts that you hold will still suffer IV crush unless in the money, which ours are, right? Because we do it appropriately. And if you want to hold those lottos, that's fine. But to sell, and the lottos you hold should, I think, be dumped off in the next morning at open, right? Because there's going to be a massive, if you do gap up, everybody's going to be taking profits, which is a sell off. So, and then a de-hedged on the market maker behalf. So, further sell off, and you can just take your profits, right? So, you want to scale out this week. We already talked about this. Don't let that trade turn red. No, it's massive. It's massive. You'll love it. Hey, how are we doing? Boom, 100%. Easy. Right? So if you don't take profits there, I can't help you. The Burry article, it's going to prove my illiteracy. Basically saying that companies are doing stock-based compensation plans for their executives, and they're not keeping it, appropriately booked. They're not marking it down as a liability or a risk, or a debt at all. It's it's just free, and I get that. So like, why pay? Like, it's good for the employees. I get that, because they now have an asset that's appreciating in value, right? The stock of a company that they worked at, and look how well that worked out for so many people, with Nvidia, for example. But as a company owner, your job's not to enrich your employee. Like, I get it. It's not great, because you should, and it's great that they do that. But you want to pay your employees as little as possible. And you don't want to pay them in something that you could own that's appreciating in value. You want to pay them in something that's immediately converted and depreciates, which is cash, right? So, like, I get it, that it is hurting the companies, but maybe the company's not all that matters, right? Of course, a lot of these board-based compensations end at the board, right? Not all of them extend to, all the employees, right, with vested options or whatever. But something that I guess he doesn't appreciate within the bookkeeping aspect of everything, and he's done quite a bit of math behind it, which I'm not even going to pretend to understand. If I was going to, I would have done it ahead of time. But the one thing that upsets me is, like, these charts kind of look like they're spit out from Chat GPT, and that may also be a danger. Like, aside from Burry's article, like, you all know how dangerous it is when people are using Chat GPT to push a narrative and a bias, who are lukewarm. I don't want to be rude, but when this guy gets it, it's like maybe more dangerous, right? And maybe not in a good way. Like it's stoking uh, really aggressive biases potentially. But I'm sure he knows that and is leery to use it as the rest of us. Maybe these charts are for somewhere else. But I've made like a bunch of charts with Chatbot, and this is like exactly how it spits them out. So I find that curious. Not that he shouldn't be learning with it and stuff, which is great. And he's gonna know more than I ever will. So I should probably just shut my fucking mouth. But um, it's easy to see things in a specific light to suit your bias, I guess, right? Um, the market's also forward looking, right? So, the valuation of a company is always not necessarily current, but, X years into the future as well. So, just because things are overvalued and they should be less because of this, it's the market is again forward looking, so it's pricing all of it in. Is my original old man takeaway. I'm going to go through this on my own time. This is quite a bit, or maybe as we get bored later, I'll get a coffee and I'll actually read this. I've not gone through it yet, though. I'm going to be honest. I'm just talking shit. We did the utilization, and we talked about the IV crush, how that's going to happen regardless whether or not GameStop gaps up. Because even if it does gap up, it's going to immediately sell off. So just hold autos, RSI, cash floor, which I don't know if I even have on. Boom. I forget what I was going to say when I brought this up, but it exists, and 1573 because Bitcoin's down quite a bit. I'm super grateful Ryan didn't buy a bunch of Bitcoin. I know a lot of people wanted him to go all in. I'm not a fan of crypto. I'd literally rather them hold cash, to be honest. But I get as a hedge, and then the PR was not bad. And potentially long term, it has the chance to pay off. But I'm not a fan of Bitcoin. No, I'd rather. And I know he said that because the logistics of gold is quite aggressive. Like to store it, you've got to vault it with someone, right? It's quite a bit. It's much more than just some Bitcoin on a hard wallet that is in your dresser or whatever, right? So I'm glad he didn't go too into that. Our cash flow is down a little bit because of that retracement, but I think when we were at 100K, it was like 1586, and now we're 1570. Like it's such a little amount that it changes anything. Speaking of cash allocation, I think that's what Burry's recommendation is going to be about. Also to talk trash about Burry some more. He was going to do that post on Sunday. He's like, "Oh, I got a GameStop post on Sunday," and then the whole community started talking trash and was like, "Well, Burry's just farming you," and that's exactly what he's doing. Everybody farms Super Song because it is what it is. But I think he realized that, and he's like, "Oh, I actually have to provide some value." Or they're gonna call me out. So I think he kind of like pulled it back, and he's gonna do maybe a bit more of an in-depth post than just a basic farm to grab people for his Substack, which I appreciate. That's awesome, right? Providing value is the name of the game. So, we'll have to wait and see. He says sometime in December. We were expecting it last night, but I think again he kind of figured out that we weren't having it. But if he's got some recommendations for GameStop, I think it will be towards their cash allocation. And this is he mentioned over-the-counter stocks, which I'm not a fan of unless it's already an uplister. Like I don't want any pink sheets unless they're coming back to the market, at which point they're super squeezable. But there's just too much risk, I think, on the other side of things. unless the discount is really that deep. But um, there's a lot of companies that got crushed by the tariffs, right? In the collectible department, because a lot of that does come from China, right? Um, and they're cheap. Like these stocks got absolutely obliterated. And not only could we buy them on the low, but we could give them a safe haven or an umbrella to do business under successfully without being attacked and destroyed, um, as well as a potential tariff refund if that ever came due, right? So I would like to see, either that, and acquisition. I think is probably too much, but I wouldn't mind a stake or potential private placement, right? Um, and then what about a share buyback? Like I know the stock price is climbing here, but we were pretty low there at 19. Um, I don't think that's bad. I think a lot of people really jumped on it as being bad, which makes me like it even more, right? Classic. Um, you think, oh, they just naked short it. What does the float matter when they just have infinite shares? It matters. I assure you that. Um, very much so. Um, so yeah, share buyback I think would be pretty decent if at the right price, right? We don't want to be buying those shares too high, but if we're selling them at 30 and 32 or whatever, why wouldn't we want the company to be buying them, at $20 or something, right, to reduce the float, and then again resell them up at 30 when there's a need for the liquidity, right? Because I think that's why we get these bonds offerings and stuff is like, okay, we're starting to have an event, right, where someone's under pressure, and if they are, following the general, markets plumbing or whatever, they're going to drive the price up to fulfill their obligations. But if you go to Ryan and you're like, hey, Ryan, I need, X million shares at this price. I can't buy them at the market. That's I get it. Maybe people meet that with like him letting them off the hook, but at the same time, uh, it's just like scaling out when your contracts are green, right? You make hay while the sun shines. You take the confirmed win always, right? It's $1,000 a day or $1 million right now, right? Like, even though something is a quote unquote guarantee, that's subject to change. Like the math says one thing through compound interest, but the reality is different, right? Like we've seen that where, like, for example, an organization goes insolvent, and then that guarantee is worth nothing, right? Um, and that risk is here, honestly. And I don't want to be tied up in litigation. I don't want things to be shut down for 10 years while they try to sort the mess out. Like, that's crazy. I just want, to play my earning cycles. I want to swing trade the stock, and I want to hold it for the rest of my life, as I accumulate more. The no sell narrative, I don't really get either, I guess, on that note, because it's like, are you not grateful for the gains you've had, and for this opportunity? Are you really that upset about everything? Because it takes two to tango. There is an opposite side to the trade. If it wasn't for, those people who you're demanding in a sell, you wouldn't have this cash. GameStop wouldn't have this cash. We wouldn't be here learning and all that. So, yeah, they'll be fine. Uh, whether or not they need to be locked, that's crazy. That's I think America's got bigger problems than some naked short sellers. But I don't know. I think that it's almost a little hypocritical, I guess. I don't know. I know because the longs aren't necessarily doing anything illegal. I understand that, but they wouldn't have been afforded this opportunity without that. But I guess on that, it's hard to say because what would real price discovery be like market wide, right? So I don't know. Maybe it is bad. Maybe they do deserve some prison time, but I'm not that altruistic. It's not my job to be calling people out like that, right? I just try to do my best and live a happy life. It's a little easier. Oh, keep Burry's name out your mouth. No, I know. I just that's how it is, though. It's like devil's advocate. You always have to, and it's also just the way I was raised in these trading groups for the last 5-6 years now. Is like you always gotta be pulling it apart, no matter what it is and how good it sounds. What's the opposite? And then also when things are really bad, look at the opposite then too, right? And then you can make up your own mind a little bit better. No, I mean, I think Burry's been super helpful in the past. I think he's going to be helpful in the present, maybe with some recommendations. I'm curious as to what his big advice was to Ryan, right? Where he's like, oh, jump on a call and give advice. What was the great advice? Was it the bond offering? Was it the warrants? Was it I'm curious on that aspect. And then I'd like to see the new advice as well. I would be really careful with that, James. I would not use AI for anything other than education. If you want to use it to help teach you about trends, absolutely. That's fantastic. It's a very good teacher. You should be doing the rest, though, right? I don't know. I'm skeptical of using a language module for any actual technical analysis. I mean, I use chatbot every single day. Don't get me wrong, but not for my entries and exits. Damn, bro, that's crazy. But if it's going well, I mean, that's good. This is going well. The 101, it is the way. We're still down on our position quite a bit. 8 days until earnings. How long have we been here? 38 minutes. We're almost 1 hour in, baby. Perfect. No problem. Just 3.5 to go. This will be a lot interesting, or a lot more interesting once we have some price movement. And honestly, that's a big reason to why I do the day trades. My other trades is it keeps me here. It keeps me at the computer. And then typically, I don't have the GameStop chart up all day like we're gonna do all December here. But I bounce back to it a couple times throughout the day, right? However, I'd like to make a run at this this whole streamer thing on YouTube for stocks specifically. And well, I love GameStop, so why not start there? We were doing the Magic, and that was quite successful for some time, but it's died down a little bit. And I realized that the ceiling, the overall potential viewership for trading far out or surpasses the Magic, right? There might be 5,000 Magic viewers, maybe 10,000, right? But there's millions of traders. So heck, there's millions of GameStop holders. So I think that this is probably a better way to spend my time. Cool. Let's. I'm gonna make a coffee. Let's be right back. We're gonna take a 5-minute coffee break, and it's an espresso, if you must know, a quad espresso. And I'm back on them. I was gonna get off the coffees, but I just don't think I can do it. I don't have it in me. I'll be right back. Uh-oh. What did you guys do? What'd you do to the stock? I leave for 2 minutes. Oh, no, it's bound to happen. Warrants are still up a little bit. The liquidity on these is just so poor. 30-day average volume, 846. Oh, 30 bar. Sorry. 30-day average, 824K. Okay. That's better. Current day volume is quite low, but it's actually midday. Where was all the volume for these? Right when it first dropped. This was what Ryan's race car tweet, and this was White House Day. I think. Like, time goes by quick. I don't even know. I'm pretty sure. This was White House Day. It's a bullish chart. There's just no liquidity, so it's, I mean, I think charting it's not necessarily worthwhile. Just chillin'. Do the other streamers talk 100% of the time? Am I allowed to just have a coffee? You guys want to play some Battlefield? No, I'm just kidding. After the stream, because we're going to do dedicated streams, 4 hours till market close, right? In the evenings, I'm going to come back on Twitch and we'll play some games, maybe watch a movie, hang out, check on the market, of course, because sometimes things move after hours, right? That's when we get like a tweet maybe or something. I don't really think Kitty's coming back, but I know that's not a popular thing to say. We'll see, though. I could be wrong. I think that Keith will be very interested to see what Burry has to say. Right? So I think if Burry is interested in something and sees something, I think Keith probably sees that as well. And yeah, he's probably, on that note, he probably won't sit out for the opportunity. Right? It's probably involved in some way. Just because he's got such a, dialed in perspective on GameStop. He'd have to, right? But without any like meaningful catalyst, it could take some time. But that, the recommendations that Burry makes could be, that initial catalyst that sets things off, right? Share buyback, and then, we get into this, forced delivery cycle again of obligations that, get delayed and whatever, who knows. But that's good. It's inducing volume into an illiquid stock, which is literally all we want, right? Let's see if we can hold the 200 on the 1 day or the 1 minute here. Right? We do have a bearish signal on the 1 minute, but typically I don't even watch GameStop on the 1 minute, but it did just trigger, so I want to, bring your attention to it. We're going from making higher lows to a lower low, right? Because when we break out this higher low, now wherever this low ends is going to be lower than this low, right? So that's a market structure shift to the downside. That's why it's red or bearish. And we also have that locked in by a bearish order block here, which is a large institutional sell, right? This is aggressive. So we could see the price rechase back into it and reject, which is most likely, right? Or we could invalidate it. Sorry, my goodness. As far as the options chain goes, I don't really, I've not looked at it in some time. Loading and. Am I allowed to do that on stream? I think it'll be fine. Loading and. Or if you're unfamiliar, GME 1 is the warranted contracts, and then GME is the new chain that doesn't have that obligation tied to it. And of course, you can look at all as well, which is them both. And maybe. So we had someone the other day say that they bought weeklies on Wednesday for 22, and that they went up to 737%, which is really impressive. Good afternoon, Bobble Wobble. Welcome. We're just hanging on. I think I've talked about everything I could possibly say, but we're still here for another 3 hours. And that's kind of maybe how these things go, where it's like, you know, we hit it hard, and I say everything I have to say, and then we kind of just hang out and collect new information and talk, right? Because there will be new stuff that comes out from now until then. So this could be a potential bearish reversal here. Can we pair it with a key level breakdown, which would be the 200? And that's kind of what we're looking for here is, A, whether this order block can hold. But B, if the 200 can hold, right? And then we just, you know, ping between block and block, I would assume. But, you know, that's why we don't really like to trade on the 1 minute. You're going to get a ton of signals, and they're probably not really worth looking at. The 15-minute chart, I do like, though. And then as GameStop gets more volume, you can definitely trade it on the 1 minute, but there's just... when there's low volume, the bid and the ask or the spread become quite wide, and it kind of like ruins the chart structure. Like this is a good example of that too, right? Like, you know, this isn't organic price appreciation. I don't think this is just a really bad order book. Like that was just someone who was unwilling to wait right here at 375. Whoa, hello. And this whole order, the perfect example in real time. This person was unwilling to wait. You know? Just buying on the bid, baby. And now the price comes back to where it really is. Closer down to the ask. But that's like substantial, right? Like $4, $3.75. Those are percentage points, and they're not great. So it's hard to really chart any structure when the bars are doing this, because this spread is so wide, right? Like this, someone bought and then sold, and the spread is wide, so it's like aggressive. On that note, you know, if you are scaling out today, this week, which I super duper recommend, please do. I will be. I I do think that if you still wanted to hold exposure through the earnings call while dodging IV crush, that the warrants are going to be the way forward for that. Of course, post earnings call, I think the options will give you better leverage, but we're going to need to wait 80 days until then. Because the earnings call is obviously once a quarter, which if they change, I'm going to be heartbroken because I appreciate the cycle. As someone who plays it and has for some time, I like it. And if it goes away and they go to yearly reporting or bi-yearly, whatever, that's going to suck. Saving GameStop money in accounting, I understand that's great, but I'm going to be losing some money. I'm going to have to find some new ponds to fish in, right? So we'll still obviously have earnings, and maybe they become more exacerbated because there's less of them, but something I've had on my mind, I suppose. Ooh, that is a good coffee. Not bad. Yeah, what's going on? What's going on in Super Stonk, right? Classic refresh. Oh, we didn't make it very far last time we refreshed. Like, how are you guys so on it? Like, so excited, you guys. Settle down. FTD delivery. Oh, sorry, data. Did you just double delivery? Absolutely. A lot of people really like tracking this. I don't play with Ouija boards. And every time someone comes up to me and is like, we're tracking FTD data. We've got it figured out. I'm like, okay, I'll watch. You prove it to me, and then I'm right behind you. It's never been proven to me. I'm sorry. I love you. You want to do it? You can prove it to me. Because honestly, if you could teach me how to trade better than I'm trading, I'm game. I'm super game, right? Then maybe we can finally afford one of these lunar packs. Are we concerned at all? No. I hate Bitcoin. Negative to the SPY? No. It's not. And that's... Actually, it might be. It actually probably is. I'm dyslexic. Leave me alone. It's not starting to. It always has been. Because we've seen... I just assumed that post was like the others. They're saying, GameStop's got a negative beta, and that's why it's trending above the market and above Bitcoin and above all these things. Well, it's actually below it, right? It's coming up to parity, right? It's back where it needs to be, depending on where, and that's what makes these charts dangerous, because it depends on your starting bar, right? So you see how this is plus 3% to our negative 13%. That changes based on our starting bar, right? Where that data is originating. So I tried to do it on GameStop's bottom trend, which did break down. But I think that this is a pretty good baseline here when we were on our bottom trend, pre-expansion, and then we came back to it, right? So I think this is really a good baseline. And we're, plus 7%, and we're plus 3%. So 4% to get to market parity, potentially, which I don't think is worth, they've got 8.5 and 2 here. So they're at 6.5-ish, which I'm saying 4. So that's not that much difference, I guess. I probably shouldn't downvote that. Yeah, and I'm not either. But I think they're saying the opposite, because those other posts are saying negative beta, where, the general market has gone down more than GameStop's gone down. But that's not true. Like, GameStop has gone down no matter where you look at it. Like, so that some of these posts are so crazy to me. Like, no matter where you look at it, GameStop went down harder than the general market, which isn't your definition of a negative beta. So, anyways, I like the data though. Data's fantastic. Unless there's a paywall behind it. Like some individuals are like, here, I've got some free data, but if you want actual data, you're gonna pay a subscription for it. And it's like, oh, you must be a good trader if you need to charge people a subscription fee. Right? Some people are just greedy guts, though, right? They always need more. I don't know. I'm not ever going to charge for anything on this channel. It's all free for you guys. If I make you rich, then you can come back and donate, right? You know, imagine that. We do have the reserve balance dropping off a cliff here. And then the 20-year yield. I think this is the 10-year. I think it was the 20-year we're tracking, though, isn't it? Go absolutely crazy today. But I think that this is going to be something that continues to unwind for years and years and years, right? It could be a long runway on this one, and a lot of people are going to try to sell, this is it, this is it, this is it. That gets an upvote. Which does this mean AMC is gonna rip? I've not looked at AMC in, I don't know, 5 years, 3 years for sure. A long time. But whenever you see that, it's like, what? Are they gonna pump AMC? Which Adam Heron is just the worst. I wonder how that gold mine's doing. Which actually should be printing because gold's at all-time highs. So where's all the gold mine cash? The gold mine cash, Aaron? Right? Where we want our gold or our all-time low. Which, I mean, I shouldn't talk trash because GameStop kind of is too. Are they really even lower than pre-squeeze? Oh my lantern. That is criminal. They're lower than pre-squeeze. That's the difference, baby. You know, what's the difference? That right there, all-time lows. Ooh. My God, I got family members who bought into AMC, and I told them, I said, guys, got to get out of that. It's all GameStop. It's the one. It's the only one. Sigh. And that's the difference in leadership, because the companies weren't actually that different. Right? They both, well, AMC was bigger, I guess. Both hammered down, though, but it's just corporate decisions in the turnaround. I don't know. My heart breaks for those people. And we tried to warn them. But with that being said, all things come back due, right? Like, even Beyond Meat squeezed again. And I'm sure one day Mullen will squeeze again. But you wait. You don't try to time those things. I don't even really try to time GameStop, right? You just wait for the volume. It's that simple. Volume precedes price action, and you look for an influx of volume based on its daily average, which would be relative volume. That's what it's known as, RV. And you just look for a jacked up ratio, right? And that's why people track GameStop's volume. They like the low volume days because it lowers the average. And then when there is a volumetric event, it pushes the stock up much more aggressively than it would if it had a higher daily average volume. It's just, I don't know. It's just the way that stocks work, and is how I founded my entire trading principle. So it's kind of like the whole deal for me. And learning that from GameStop, right? That was kind of the whole deal for GameStop originally, is that I know a lot of people say, oh, it was the short interest. It was short interest. Yes, it was, but it was also the insanely low daily average volume it had, and then the influx of fresh volume from the short squeeze hype, which just compounded and compounded on that low daily average, resulting in that massive squeeze. And things like that happen every single day in the market. Every single day, those imbalances are found and repriced appropriately, right? But we don't need to care about that in these videos. So that's kind of for its own thing. Oh, wicked hangnail, man. That is going to be painful. We'll deal with that later. Get the old clippies out. All right, we're an hour in, 3 hours left. This is going to be the hardest thing of my life. 4 hours? GameStop, you better move. That's why people get so bored, right? And I get it. That's how she goes. Long days. Maybe 4-hour streams are too much, and we should just be doing hour-long streams, question mark? It really depends on how popular they get, right? Because I would like to have exposure to Discovery. However, I don't want to be dead-ending too much time, right? Like 5 viewers. I appreciate you guys, but first day, again, I don't want to be too hard on myself, but we got to get that up, right? Drastically so. If not, I think just the daily videos are probably a better option. If it's just the 5 of you. 44 viewers in general, not terrible. Not the worst. Obviously not great. I think I got it. Oh, no. Ouch. I'm victorious. Oh, that's a bleeder. Oh, no. What have I done? What have I done? Fuck, that's bleeding down worse than GameStop stock price. Moving forward, we will maybe dig back into our last earnings report, which we did do recently anyways. But again, just for the live stream, maybe on the day of earnings, so it's fresh in everybody's mind when the new report comes out. Just what to look for, where to look for it, right? Get everybody on board there. Oh, I mean, as expected. Still nice gains, and if we can hold the sell side liquidity, hold the 200 like we talked about, that's going to give our EMAs kind of a chance to reverse back in a bullish manner. Again, on the 1 minute, these things are kind of hit and miss, right? I think it's awesome that people are sharing this Substack. Really, really good. As soon as it's open up to Canadians, I did look at opening a VPN, but then I've got to sell it to eBay, which I don't appreciate, because I think that leaving the cards in circulation with GameStop is important, so they can resell them again. And then I think removing them from that ecosystem via eBay is probably not great, right? Not good for their inventory. However, it's probably good that I'm a Canadian, because I would just, it wouldn't be good. I know that much. I would have all the Pokemon cards. I recently sold my entire Magic collection for more GameStop, right? A Vault facility. I've never used the 20 ever. Do people use the 20? I think a 21 is standard, isn't it? I have no answer for that. It's what I was taught. It's what my mentor taught me. I guess it's how I don't think the difference between a 20 and a 21 EMA is going to be nothing. Like I can change so the 21 is the teal blue. Now if we go settings, if I change that to 21, look at the difference it makes. It's almost nothing. Like literally couldn't even see that. Oh, there it changed. Um, so again, like this is our 21 here. And then we'll do the 20, and you won't even be able to tell the difference. Right. Um, so I don't know. I've just always used 21, but I don't think that there is literally a difference at all. Like it's so minuscule. It's like 1 day of an average. So yeah, it's. And then I don't use the 9 EMA. It's too fast, I think. Too many false signals. I try to keep it really simple, right? Like I've gone through, lots of different indicators in the past. Used Fibonacci retracements or parabolic stop and reverse, or volume profiles, for example. You name it, right? Um, Even the MACD at one point I was using, but this is just the simplest way that I've been able to successfully trade um, consistently, right, without any false signals. Which is just like if you're super interested, it's just the ICT concepts Lux algo, um, and that's going to give you, the buy sell side liquidities. It's going to give you the market structure shifts, breakup structures, fair value gaps, order blocks, volume imbalances, new high gap up, just some basic principles, right? Which, again, they all have fancy names, right? Like we covered market structure shift, bearish market structure shift, which is just a going from higher lows to now a lower low, right? But you have to give that phenomenon a word, so that's it. Same as when we get an institutional sell-off, right? For an order block or a break of structure here, right? This is breaking that low, right? So it's now a new low. So you're always going to get first a market structure shift and then X numbers of breaks of structure, right? And then a volume imbalance. So we have a fair value gap here, which is when we have space between the last wick and the new wick, right? There's all this dead space within the bar here. So that's a fair value gap, right? In comparison to a volume imbalance, which takes into account the wick. Both are just inefficiencies in liquidity, areas where you'd expect to retest, right? But and that's where I would use AI, right? Is in teaching you these things, going through the definitions and really driving them home, right? Okay. Let me read some of the chats here. Hola, amigo. Oh, can I do it in a Spanish accent? You mentioned numbers when calling out levels and indicators. Many of us listen while we work and can't look at the screen. Thanks. Okay. In the future, we do have support here. This is what we've been looking for since this market structure shift, basically. Can we hold the 200, which is 2276, right? I would expect support here, but again, we're on the 1 minute. 5 months, that's too long. I seen someone looking at the, and this is a content creator that I actually like. So I check in on other creators. I blacklist them or say, you know what, this one's good, this one's bad, right? Because I've been here for a long time, right? But I seen one today that I actually do like, and they were looking at GameStop on the 1 month, and I was just like, oh my god, you guys are bored. So yeah, we have potential support all the way down to 2260, I think, if it doesn't hold. And then I think also Um, Thoughts on undering slightly out of the money position for the 12th just before earnings on the 9th. If they beat substantially margin, the algos could cause it to move decently higher than expected. Yes, but I would make sure that you scale out on that position, right? What are you looking at, 23s? Well, they're not cheap. They're $120 a pop. I definitely wouldn't be going past 25. And I would definitely be scaling out. So I do like that idea. Um, the price on them is pretty jacked up right now, as expected. But I wanted a dip, and we kind of talked about that this morning. And I have been mentioning that how I want a third buy-in, right? I like to get one last buy-in that is shorter dated, right? That's like just after. But I want a dip. I want maybe it comes tomorrow or the next day, right? I want maybe a change in state of you know delivery, but with the Burry stuff, it's been pretty hype. So I don't know. This is the dip right here on the 200. I don't think it's bad. The closer you are to the money, the better. Like, where did that go? I think the 23s are fine, just a little expensive. But scale out. Let's say you buy 10 of them. You sell 8 of them this Friday, right? Or on Monday or Tuesday, right? Make sure that you scale them out. I would not want to hold anything out of the money through the call, right? If you think the call is going to do well, you got to go to the warrants. I think it's the warrants, and then you're dodging a lot of that danger. Obviously, if these print, you're going to get a higher gain on your 23s than you will on the warrants by a larger margin, but the risk here is quite a bit. Let me check the delta on these. I do all my trading on another computer here, of course. Uno momento. .49 delta. Flip a coin, baby. Theta 0.5, 0.14 gamma. Yeah, I don't think it's bad. I think that this is the perfect time for that. It's just going to be timing it with the technical entry. Like, the expiry of the 12th is correct. The just out of the money strike of maybe 23, 23.50, maybe 24, that's correct as well. But you need to couple that with an appropriate entry, which I did want to dip this morning. We didn't really get it. We've been trending up since. Let's see if the 200 can hold. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm also not in a hurry, right? We already have exposure. That's fine. We're looking to scale out. So to be, putting those profits back in is always a bit of a risk, but BY on, oh my, we have to look at it. This just hit my volume scanner. You guys want some beans for lunch? 90, well, that's not really that much. Okay, let's get out here. It's good to be aware. It's good to be aware, even if it's not you that's moving. I would, yeah, it's got to be 23s. Maybe 24s at the highest, somewhere in there. I would love to see a larger breakdown here, and then we're trying to get in on a bullish reversal, right? Where our EMAs are crossing with a key level breakout. Here was pretty nice off the 200. It's important to get good entries. Like, what's the spread on them? Oh, that's not bad. It's like $1 and $1.04 for the 23s, 4 cent spread. 4% though, still I guess is substantial. 4% is a real number. So, um, I try to go fishing as well, right? Like, just try to get in on the bid, right? There's no need to be buying anything on the ask. Sell on the ask. Don't buy on it. Because, like, let's say you're impatient and you're like, oh, I've got to go to lunch or whatever. I need this filled right now. Like, you're taking a hit based on the spread immediately. But, and then you have to have that position come up that much just to be at parity, right? Or equilibrium, which is brutal. And a lot of the time, the liquidity is so bad on GameStop's options chain that it is what it is. But I would try to wait, A, for this 200 to hold. Let's look at the 15-minute chart. And then let's look at the broader market too. This looks strong. The market looks strong. Yeah, I don't think it's terrible. But just as you gotta, yeah. What? You got a cat on a wheel back there? What is going on? Just make sure that you're scaling them out pre-earnings call, right? Because they are a higher risk position. And if you do get your entry correct, which I think like this is pretty decent, you should be green, by the end of this week and into next week, and definitely lock in some of those profits because the crush will happen regardless. And even if it does gap up, there's still going to be an IV crush, and then it's going to be coupled with a sell-off because everybody's going to be taking profits all at the same time, right at open. So, maybe you sell 75%, hold 25% through the call, and then start dumping that out the next morning, right? And maybe you hold 1% till expiry or something. I don't know if the call is that good. I mean, one of these days, honestly, one of these calls, I know you've all just grown accustomedly numb to it, but Ryan's going to give forward guidance. I don't know when it will be, but it will fuck things up. Because a lot of these earnings movements are, it's like very algorithmic in nature. And you seen Ryan's last interview where the two hosts were kind of like goading Ryan for hype, right? And he's like, "Nah, I'm a janitor. Like, I'm not saying anything." And they're like, "Wow, you're really humble, Ryan. You're not really saying anything like these other CEOs." And it's it's all these algorithms that are scraping the internet, and the reports and the calls, like all of it in real time, very aggressively. So if and a good example of this was SMX the other day on our day trade videos. Verified gold, rewriting, the global monetary policy or whatever. It's like, great headline, that's fantastic, but is it tangible? So a lot of the market movement is based on, just the comings and goings of what people say, whether or not it's based in a realm of reality, like, of actuality. Because a lot of people just talk shit, right? They're like, AI this and, whatever that. I don't even know. There's so many just hype words like crypto. was so crazy for a long time. All these companies were just like, we're going to put out PR saying that we're doing a crypto treasury, and then all of a sudden their company was up 300%, but in reality they were doing massive dilution to the shareholders. But the algorithms weren't looking at that. They just were running off of this hype of the treasury theme. And one of these days Ryan's going to come out and he's actually going to toot his own horn. And whenever he does this, it's going to be absolutely crazy. I don't expect it ever, but one day, it'll come, right? So coming back on the 15 minutes into this bullish breaker block here, what is this? 2270 all the way down to 2256. Not a big level, but definitely looking for support in this area. Our very last, like, if we lose this market structure shift, then things kind of look disgusting. Like, this is kind of our last bastion for today, which would reach into the fair value gap, but we kind of already did that. And then we're just kind of hunt for a 1 minute reversal at some point. And I think the calls will get cheaper the longer we bleed down, as long as IV's not coming up. For example, the spread has now tightened. We're at a dollar bid and $1.02 ask. Hi, Maya. Meow. You want to come yell at them? She's like, I might. Hey, Maya, what do you think about earnings? We gapping up? She's like, man, I don't care. Whatever gets me a new cat toy, dude. You guys' cats go right on the keyboard? Like, oh, yeah. More like a cat board. Yeah, as long as the general market goes up, and doesn't break down, I think that the dips here are a good load, right? Just manage your risk too, right? Like, you can buy in now, absolutely, but if the market breaks down, take a loss, right? It's okay to take a loss. These option contracts go to zero. You know this. So why not just take a negative 30%, take a negative for whatever it is, right? Admit you're wrong before you get roasted. So to me, I always am looking at the broader market for that. Buy the dip. If the general market holds, you hold. If the general market starts to break down, you bail out because you're going to follow. So, yeah, I think it's okay. I think it's fine. We can even take a look at this. 1 second. I got to load up a private screen and then pull one of those windows over for you guys, because we could watch the options contracts together. Well, did these update? 23s? No. I mean, this is not. Am I in the 12th? 12? Yeah, these are nowhere near updated. Well, they're getting closer. It's just maybe a little bit behind. I'm sure this is fine. We don't need to be in real time. Yeah, I think off the 200 here is good enough for me. Technically speaking, you could wait until the EMAs reverse, but by then we could be challenging the order block, which again is all on the 1 minute, and anything on the 1 minute is irrelevant. I wouldn't take too much to it. But if we're finding support here off of this bullish breaker block, we could see more, right? I mean, we kind of already did. If you were, just technically speaking, this was our expansion upwards already, but this could act as support, right? And it's just like a slight retracement, and then we go. That's the thing about TA is you never really get a sure thing, but it's like if, ands, ors, right? And then when you fuck up a butt or two, yeah, it's no worries, Johnny. We're gonna be here all December for you guys. And if it's successful, all January, and if that's successful, forever, right? I'd be very happy to do that. I'm on my computer all days anyway. Typically, I'm just on Twitch, and I'm like watching Marvel movies over and over again. Harry Potter, The Matrix, Lord of the Rings. Yeah, well, all the good ones, all the bangers. Alien, um, Jurassic Park, right? A lot of time on our hands as a GameStop holder, right? Well, there's just so much time between earnings. It's crazy. New Buck the Bunny game has been fun. It's just like so hard, though, is the thing. Man, that is a tough game. I seen someone beat it on hardcore mode already, which is really, really impressive. The new power pack tier is confirmation that the model is performing well. Yes. Um, I think it's also a way for them to lower their ceiling. So I think that people were getting a lot of cards. Like, so before the most expensive pack was $1,000, right? And I think people were getting cards worth like $3,500 or like $4,000 sometimes. And I think this is just a way for them to reduce the losses on those super duper chase cards, which they do exist, right? Um, because all cards are in the pool, and if you're giving away a $2,000 card for $1,000, it's not great, right? That can compound against you aggressively. So I understand that the model is built so it doesn't do that, but I think that the more expensive cards get, as projections show that they've been increasing, that we are going to get a higher ceiling, and then the higher ceiling isn't necessarily them introducing more valuable cards to the pool, but it's a way for them to limit their losses on people pulling those cards from the less expensive pool or the previous max, which was 1,000. So it could have been, and now this is devil's advocate. This is what I do. You're going to hate me for this eventually, but it could be proof that it wasn't performing well, and that they needed to remedy that disconnect, which is fine. I'm glad that they did. But maybe that they somehow just found more expensive Magic cards that ever existed to bring into the pool. But I don't think that that's it. I think that they're the same cards that were already there, but now they've been removed from the $1,000 pool into the new $2,500 pool, so that GameStop's not losing $1,500 per chase card that gets, And simultaneously, it gives people, that bigger chase to go after. And, now if they're spending $2,500 and you're giving them 18 back, like that's really big gains for you, right? Just like it was really big gains for them. So this whole thing is, well, it's absolutely genius. The fact that, they can edit everything in real time as needed based on their inventory and numbers, right? Like it's a lot more difficult for GameStop to change the price of a Pokemon set that comes out, right? Because they're competing with local game stores, and you can only go so far above MSRP, right? But with the packs, you really are able to edit that to your heart's desire, and we see that today. Like, the lunar packs up to 2,500. Like, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Like, what is the most expensive Pokemon card you can get? I don't have access to the GameStop website. 'Cause you want to see what happens when I type it in? Beautiful. Thanks, GameStop. En français? And then there's just nothing. It's like EB Games, right? Womp, 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 which has been sold or whatever. So that's what we get. However, we can go to PSA Pokemon and then look there. A 33K Gengar is the most expensive on GameStop's website. Oh, I like that. Can we see the inventory here at all? Pardon my spelling. Set registry. This is like just to send your cards in, I'm sure. I wouldn't mind looking through them. What? Oh my god. That's the Moon Chase? There's multiple people with complete sets? That can't be. At one point, I could look at the trading cards. Yeah. They just won't let us in. Womp, womp, womp. I guess we could look on eBay? Not that it matters. I just waste time looking at Pokemon cards today. Sort by price, baby. Okay. I mean, that cannot be. 1.4 million? Just stop it. Okay, this is definitely wrong, right? Because we've seen these go for like a couple $100, I'm pretty sure. Honestly, how is this even possible? Like, where are you guys getting all this money from? Pokemon cards, duh. It's absolutely insane that any of these are worth anything close to this. Like, it truly shows some form of disconnect in the financial sector. Like, it makes no sense to me. And I'm in the trading card space full time. Magic cards do not sell for this. What is it about Pokemon cards that makes them so much more valuable than Magic cards? Is this the Gengar we're talking about? Oh, we should look at sold listings. That's probably smart to get rid of like the inflated. Because obviously none of those are going to sell for 1.4, but people are like, oh, I'm at the top of the page. You've seen that with NFTs too. And then maybe some dumb will buy it. Well, obviously they're probably not a dumb with that much money, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how much Pokemon cards are worth. Truly blows my mind. How do we see ones that have been sold? I don't go, oh, sold items. 90K. 70K. Yeah, I mean, so like I think they're gonna have to continue upping the packs to match their inventory. I didn't think cards were worth this much. That is crazy. Like, I get it, a couple $100 for a rare card, sure. But this is like a vehicle. Honda Civic here. Man, that's a nice Honda Civic. Well, I mean, inflation's kind of got you these days, but absolutely ludicrous. And I'm sure that's how I'll feel about our GameStop shares one day. I'll just be like, how are these worth so much? I'm just kidding. So, lo and behold, we are finding support, right? Beautiful, bouncing up off of that bullish breaker block. And the S&P 500 continues to trend up. So I think as long as this is going the right way, these trend dips were tasty. Those 23s are 104, 107 right now. So, up a little bit. They were down to 99 cents. So you would be up almost 10%. Yeah, warrants creeping. Such low volume here, though. Here's the thing. Let's look at GameStop on the 4-hour. And if you've been around, you'll notice that whenever there's an event, let's call it, it happens in after hours, it happens in pre-market, and then during market hours, we don't really get a lot, right? If anything, we get a sell down, right? So whenever we get this little boosty boost that lasts, like, see, after hours, pre-market, market open. Pre-market, market open. Like big old green bar in pre-market, market is just a red bar, right? Same thing here. Pre-market, massive green. Here again, so a lot of these, that like the highs that we see, or when they are flipping a hedge, right? Because that's why these happen, is a hedge flip. It's always pre-market after hour, pre-market after hour. It's never during the trading day. Typically, options aren't tradable in pre and post market, but the warrants are. So you're getting derivative-based exposure on a position that you can close during its high, which is unique, right? So that's a lot of fun moving forward, and one of the warrant's strengths, right? Specifically, as we go into earnings, which is after hours, right? So if we get an after hours pop on GameStop, those earnings are viable. Now, I know the earnings don't expire until next year, but you can still scalp around your core position, just like you do with your shares. So if GameStop, squeezes up on earnings, why not sell? If you're uncomfortable with the whole idea, 1% of your warrants, sell 1% on the high, and you can buy that 1% back at any price lower than you sold it, right? And then repeat that process, with us, right? Don't just be selling 1% willy-nilly, right? But then gain some comfortability with it, gain some confidence, and then 2.5%, 5%, maybe dare I say 10%. He's telling us to sell. Get this guy out of here. But and then you can buy back in, on a low. Of course, we want to be trying to time those highs and lows as best as we can. It's all going to be in real time. There's going to be a ton of volatility, and I don't really know how the warrants will trade. They could remain illiquid and not trade at all, right? We're going to have to see. This is going to be, I think, our first earnings with the warrants, I'm pretty sure. right? Last earnings, we got them. Then we bled down to nothing. And now here we are. Let's see how they react to everything. Ready for liftoff. Where was it? I seen it. Yeah, I don't really go on Twitter a lot, but we'll hang out. We'll hang out. All right, so what's the over under? What's the over under on a Super Bowl ad this year? Are we getting a Super Bowl Buck the Bunny ad? Fucking better. Like they 100% need to. How Apple of them as well. This is straight from Apple. The way the text zooms in here. Is this an iPod commercial? Stop it. His last ones were like that too. He likes Apple. While supplies last. That's rich. While supplies last. I mean, I guess in theory, yeah, but I bet you are selling an unlimited amount. It's like GameStop's been so jealous of these brokers just naked short selling them. They're like, oh, phantom share, phantom share. They're like, I want to sell some phantom shit. Is this all we've had to do this whole time? 2001 Space Odyssey is lit. It's one of my favorite movies. Oh, and the card is the monolith? Stop it. Oh my gosh. No, honestly, like, it's such a bummer that we're kicked out of it in Canada, right? Like, what an absolute tragedy. So sad. I wonder what Butt Farm's up to these days. What a fantastic name. I gotta do more on my other socials. I started a Hello Good Trade social platform. I want to try to make a few posts there every day. Maybe do like a start of day, a midday, an end of day. And that'll help us pass some stream time as well, right? And then, if people aren't active on the stream all day hanging out, they can still kind of check in to get a quick update, right? So we'll probably roll those out at some point this week. We're at 1 hour and 48 minutes, almost 2 hours, halfway. Oh my gosh. Might grab a snack or something quickly for lunch. And again, welcome everybody. Thank you for taking the time. I know this is a small stream. Just starting out, I expect it to grow. 50,000 subscribers on my Magic YouTube, and I think we're at about 500 now on this YouTube. So trying to get up to 1,000, and then we're going to unroll the Discord for everyone. I was trying to use a little bait, but I see a lot of people are getting in there early. That's okay. Don't worry. And getting that online with the updates as well, right? So we'll probably try to push those updates to the Discord, push them to Twitch and to Blue Sky, and eventually Threads, I guess. I think they're still verifying my account. Mostly as a form of marketing, I guess, to bring people here, to grow the community. And honestly, the better of a job that we do at that, the more investors that we'll attract, and the more liquidity that we'll be able to push into the market, which helps all of our positions typically, right? And And again, trading is a sum zero game, so I don't want people to feel like their dollars are at risk, right? And I know, as being raised in them, a lot of these other paid for trading groups, they operate that way, right? Like, they're saying, hey, buy this call, but in reality, they're selling it to you. Or they're saying, hey, buy this put, but they're selling that put, right? Or even that the callouts are delayed, right? That there's, that everybody buys in first early, and then, the callouts go out, and then, they're like, oh, my liquidity is just pushing their position up, right? So none of that. I don't want any of that. No paid groups. Straight up, as authentic as this could possibly be. Mostly just to shove it in Superstock's face. I love the form, but I also hate the form. It's a love hate. So it's like you go on there and they're like, oh, options suck. Options are brutal. That's why I only buy and hold, which is great. I'm super glad to have you. But the negative sentiment has got to go. If you play options appropriately, it's very hard to lose, right? If you can manage your risk and mitigate your greed, you're gonna do a pretty good at it, right? And we even on the channel, I'll go grab it here in a second, have some education, options as a strategic investment, as a book. You can download the PDF for free. Be a right? Be a pirate. Go through, a couple of those chapters, gain some education. It's not hard. Like, I understand, as someone who has learned from the ground up by themselves, that it's confusing. You're like, what is all this, and how? Like, what the fuck is gamma? Things like that. But none of it is that important. But together, each piece is actually individually substantial to the whole, right? So it's not like one individual piece is going to solve the riddle, but you do need them all to get a good base understanding, right? And then getting everybody firing on all cylinders ahead of time, right? Because years ago there was a Tesla movement that made a generation of investors quite wealthy. GameStop's going to do the same thing. So if you can understand the basics of using options ahead of time, then when the time actually comes, you're going to be thriving, because you're going to be able to do this in suboptimal conditions. So right now, GameStop's not doing that great, right? But a day will come where it's going to do good, and it's going to do good next week, and it's going to do the week after and the month after, at which point, all of this, oh, what strike do I pick? Oh, what expiration date do I pick? It all becomes irrelevant, and you're just throwing darts at a profit board, literally. But if you don't learn, how to do this appropriately, and you exist in that environment and then try to do that elsewhere, you're going to get absolutely demolished, right? So if you can learn how to manage your risk beforehand here, where things are, kind of in the gray zones, utilizing the earnings cycle to our advantage, it's going to give you, again, a really good base understanding. So when the time comes, you recognize it for what it is. You're like, this isn't right. Like, this is really, really good. Let's take advantage of it, right? And then you'll also, because you'll see the difference, the contrast between the, normal market and just like, enthusiastic market, I guess we'll say. You'll be able to protect yourself again when it pulls back, because it will. Nothing lasts forever, and you don't want to be left holding the bag, I guess, right? So getting everybody comfortable with it, up to speed, and then, GameStop goes on its run, and then you can all just be unleashed, right? And that's, so we see, again, this brings me full circle to, I spent the last 5 or 6 years, kind of doing this for myself and getting comfortable with it to the point where I can share it with all of you. And then we see, the other side of things, where they're like chasing dates. Let's just leave it at that. They're chasing dates based on some data, right? That they happen to have mapped out. So it's like a wild goose chase, where a group of people have spent 5 years doing that, and getting burned doing that over and over and over and over and over, right? Whether or not that's by design or not is, up to who you ask. But um, for those who spent that time learning how to trade, right, based off technicals and data that is relevant, not just hearsay, like the 200, our technical data point or reversal signal, right? Um, you're going to do much better and then do much better into the future as you compound that, right? And then you'll be able to teach other people how to do that as well. And if I was on the losing side of a trade, the last thing I would want was for you to be educating yourself to the point where you could take advantage of my weakness even further, right? Uh, so again, I don't know because I've not really got into a lot of the wild goose chases. I've really just focused on the technicals and learning about options and stuff, right, and how to apply that knowledge to GameStop. So, um, I almost think it's by design where a lot of people have basically just been distracted, right? And now that the time has come to make a real play, they're nervous, they're unsure because they don't have the confidence from doing it already, right? So, it's crazy, crazy out there. So, again, just my opinion on all this. How are we doing here? Our reversal has broke down a little bit. We're back to the 200. Holding on though, right? So, if we can get these EMAs to kind of cross over as we head into the afternoon, we still have 2 hours left of trading. I do expect a little bit of a market run here, as long as we don't sell off, right? And that's going to be the big thing. So I think GameStop definitely tests, that 23 again, as long as the market doesn't break down. If the market breaks down, then 23 is probably out of the question. We're going to 22.5, but this is okay. We're chilling. I'm gonna take a really quick break, grab a snack. I'll be back 5-10 minutes. Let's try to get and of course, the way they're trailing averages basically, right? So if the price is above the average, it will trail up to it. So if we can get the price A above the 21, which it is, but then B above the 50, and then the further away, the faster it'll happen, the lines will reverse. And that's what I look for, right? I look for the crosses of the exponential. And, if we could get that here while kind of holding on to the 200, that's going to look really good into the afternoon. All right, I'll be right back. Thanks so much, you guys. All right. Oh no, what happened? Every time I leave, you guys do this. So that is the market breaking down that we did not want to see. We're seeing it. Can the 200 here hold? What time is it? What, 2 hours? No problem. I'm going to eat my lunch. I'm here, but So I'm a bit of a food addict. Who isn't though, you know? Those 23s are holding their value. Reverse repo down equal belief in the market. Nothing. So I think this is a pretty good dip opportunity for GameStop. Because I don't think the SPY breaks its 200 that much. Could be wrong. What's up, homie? I'm just eating lunch. How are you? I mean, we are trending upwards slightly, but it's not enough volume for me yet. I need like 10 plus, preferably 20 million. But it still looks pretty good. I'll give you that. Or as long as we can hold this 200 for like a day or two, that's good. Let these EMAs catch up to it. And then we're looking at a golden cross. Or as I like to call it, a GameStop cross. Yeah, don't we always? No, I think we're in a good position. Right. There's a good chance we retrace, but setting this 4 hour and reclaiming the 200, that's a big deal. Right? That's a big deal. Right? Reclaiming the 200 with our reversal, that's a big deal. Right? Even if it's a false break, it's a big deal, right? Like even one of these is a big deal. So, no small fry here in the upcoming days. But, it could break down at any minute. What kind of imbalance? Volume imbalances? There's one right here. There's another one here. It's the only imbalance I use is like a volume imbalance, and then yeah, I mean that's really it. Excuse me. I cannot finish my lunch. Oh my god, that's too much. Yeah, so typically, all my trading is like ICT based, which is market maker based liquidity models. Volume imbalances isn't my main thing. They're there. I mean, I'll use it as support and resistance, but not typically taking an entry model off of it. I mean, reclaiming this was really good, but it's I don't know. I don't have that much experience, I guess, with them. From 2024 on the like 4 hour or one day. There's not like a lot of them is the thing. This is sloppy, but it's still let's Thursday the 19th of what day or month? There's a couple little gaps here too. Timing bottoms is difficult. Honestly, every single time I've tried to time a bottom, I get crushed. That's why I like to wait for an entry model, which in our case wasn't at the very bottom, but it was close, right? Like our entry model here was at 2060, 2057, right? This was I think on the 15 minutes or something. We had a bearish order block that invalidated into a breaker block. Yeah, right here, right here. So this was a bearish order block that tested and rejected, but then invalidated and converted. So like our entry 2060 versus a bottom click of like $1 off 1960. That's not bad. Thursday, September. Okay. No, 24, 24, 24. Wrong year, wrong year. What? Oh, it's because I'm. Never mind. My bad, bro. Um, so you're playing This Is Your Imbalance, which is kind of sloppy though. Maybe on the one day it's better. On the one day I don't have. Well, okay, right here. So this is on the 17th and the 18th, but I get you. It's there. Man, I hate. I have to do this for 20 minutes. Oh no, that's not bad. Yeah, I mean that's pretty good. That is not bad. It aligns with the sell side liquidity really nice as well, right? But I like as much as I would like to say, oh, we're time the bottom with this sell side. Um, yeah, I tried to time the bottom too with this other sell side, and then I tried to time the bottom as well with this downtrend or the uptrend, right? Uh, so it's like every time I try to time bottoms, I get crushed. But where I typically don't get crushed is my entry models. Um, this is breaking down aggressively this afternoon, so it could be a good opportunity to load up if the market can come back. Let's wait and see what our midweek looks like, though, right? I do want to size in one more time on something a little bit near dated. I think even the 22s for the 12th seem okay. 23 maybe at most, but I would love to get in on a dip, which we're seeing here, but to what extent, right? Um, let's see if VWAP can hold. That's pretty aggressive entry though. And was that the only volume imbalance? Like what made you choose this volume imbalance? Right? It was a nice impulsive breakthrough. Because why not this one? How close did we get to this gap fill? Pretty close. But again, a good reason why the reversal signal is so important, right? We have our EMA's cross, and then we're pairing that with the key level breakout of the 200, where we're holding it, holding it, holding it, holding it, holding it, and then we start to expand off. That's beautiful. We have a lot of work still to do that here, but it's in the cards as long as things hold up. On that note, let's check out the PMO. We're still holding 4 hour. I would assume looks good. Today was a nice day, right? Right. 23s are down to 89 cents, right? So a substantial discount from earlier, right? So patience definitely pays. It was the last one that hadn't been checked previously. Like, attaboy. I think if we see a move up off VWAP and support here, that those 23s are a good time to load in, right? They're trading at a nice discount from earlier. And if your heart was dead set on it, that's what I would look for is VWAP to hold. It can break down a little bit, but if it reclaims and holds, right? Kind of like it did here, right? Where we kind of broke down, but immediately reclaimed and held it, or the 200, I guess it was. But that same kind of vibe, right? Where it can break down, but as long as it re-grabs it right away, that's all right. And if that plays out where we reclaim it, then I think GameStop should trend up, and then this is the dip we're looking for on those 23s. I'm gonna grab a water. I'll be right back. Yeah, so I just typically treat volume imbalances, and this is probably fairly elementary of me, but I just treat them like gaps, you know, um, like not as important as one, but like if I were to put a like a factor to it, like a 0.5, I guess, importance. And I know that's just something I've done in my head, not relevant at all, but um, that's how I play volume imbalances, I guess. So it's not something I really look for a lot. Typically, I would prefer a gap, which GameStop doesn't really ever provide. We talked about that earlier. When's the last time GameStop halted up and provided with a gap fill strategy to play, right? So um, maybe something that deserves more credence, and I'll give some attention to in the future. Breaking down here, I mean, this doesn't look like reclaimed territory to me, but we'll have to see. And yeah, nothing really new here. I think that's the third time this has been posted. Areas of indecision. It's crazy how real world my understanding level is. Like, I understand the words that you're saying, but unless I were to see it play out 100 times first, it's very hard to understand specific, like, which just makes me think how confused people must be listening to me rattle off things, right? Like, so my hesitation to with what you said, isn't it almost like instead of indecision, isn't it like the opposite of that, where it's like a super decision almost? Like there was so much conviction on this, for example, right? There was so much buy conviction on this bar, right? Because we had the volume increase that we gapped up and created that volume imbalance on the next bar, right? So isn't that the opposite of indecision? Isn't that like conviction? And because of the conviction, it creates it. Just as far as going into an understanding of it. Okay, okay. Now I'm a very visual person, so it's difficult for me to sometimes understand um, without a visual aid. I'll be honest, I'm a dum dum, right? Um, obviously. Um, well, I am now. Once upon a time, I was a power engineer, but you don't use it, you lose it. I'll tell you what. So these days, I can barely read the chart. Okay, so we are having a VWAP retest, and it looks like a hard rejection down, which is a bad sign. That's not good. No VWAP reclaim, no entry on our 23s for next week. See, like here, the sell down was so aggressive that it was a high conviction and is going to, extend down further off of the imbalance. What's great doing live stream. Thanks. I think we'll go Lord, find support, and respect the max pain around 21. Do you have any targets for this year end in case it pumps? Yeah, like 25. They're not high. I expect a hard rejection on the 200, just like we had here, right? See how we rallied into the 200 and it was a hard rejection. I would assume that we get that a second time, maybe the third time it breaks through, but I don't know. I really take it day by day and level by level, right? So first, I'm obviously gonna be aiming for that 24. Is a massive. If we talk about a volume imbalance, look at this one, right? That's huge, and has multiples too. Like that's thick. Back a couple candles, right? So massive inefficiency here. So maybe we can challenge that, and then there's this bearish order block we can try to challenge and invalidate. Each of these levels will act as a resistance until we invalidate or break through them, at which point they can be support. So we see the S&P 500 bleeding down further off that VWAP rejection, right? How far it expands downwards, I don't really know. I don't want to micromanage the broader market just because we're bored, but using this as a guidepost or a guide light for our weekly entries on earnings, right? Because I would ideally like to load in some 22s, maybe some 23s for the 12th on a dip, right? But I don't plan on catching any knives. And if the market's just going to retrace, then I'm going to sit on my hands and wait for it to retrace, right? If it looks strong and there's some form of reversal, then we can take a look at getting into it. So just chilling. Well, yeah, I mean, what's going to make earnings so good, though? Like, will it be bad? No, because GameStop has finally got their shit figured out. I think this year there is the most number of leases expiring, right? And that's kind of the whole thing, is we've been getting rid of these old leases, not renewing them, reducing our footprint, our overhead costs, right? while still maintaining core profitability within the business. Um, so I don't think that the earnings are going to be spectacular, right? I don't think that they'll be bad, which is important, but I think the margins on the collectibles are pretty thin, which is a bummer. But it's still there and it's still performing really good for us, and it's something that we can compound on and build off of for future revenue streams, right? Now, I don't really expect the Buck the Bunny cartridge game to have much of an impact, really at all, but we'll see. So the broader market's selling off aggressively, right? Off that VWAP projection, which again we say is a really bad sign. Let's aim for the sell side liquidity, I guess, 678.50. An hour and a half left in the market. It's enough for it to dip and rip. I'll say that. Check the news. I don't think there's really anything going on. Sometimes I'll go to world news just to see everything burning down. How's the price of oil? Not that this is the stream for that. Index oil, $60. Yeah, chilling. How's Bitcoin? 84. Holy. So one thing I would like to see, now I don't know how that would work. I would love to see GameStop allow people to purchase power packs with crypto. That would be really, really cool. Now I know right now you got to have your bank account hooked up or whatever, but if they could do that, I think more profits. People are going to have a lot of that monopoly money to spend, and that's a good way to be doing that. I hate to be assisting in someone's money laundering, but like that's what it would be, right? Is people are taking this dirty crypto money, they're pumping it into GameStop, which doesn't care really where it comes from. They give you a Pokemon card, right, for your money, and then they sell that card back at a discount, and then you repeat that process for them. Or maybe it's legit money. I don't know, but it's crypto. Is it ever? So I think that accepting crypto payments would be really, really good for GameStop. The legalities of all that, I don't know. I don't think it's, as a vendor, your responsibility to vet where the Bitcoin is coming from or the currency in general, right? Like they're not doing that now with cash. On that note, SMX and their verified gold scam. Can we check in on that really quick? Okay, good. Good. I need to see this company die. They're basically NFT in gold, which is aggressive. Yeah. So I hope you guys are having a great day. I'm really bad at this, by the way, but we'll hopefully get better. If you leave a like on the stream, on the YouTube videos that I create, it helps out so much. Like I know you hear all these creators, oh, leave a like, drop a comment. It's literally the difference between having a successful channel and not, is your little like, bloop. Yeah. So thank you all so much. Appreciate each and every one of you. I hope you're having a great day. And again, we're here all December long as a pilot project. If we're met with any form of success, we're going to be doing it full time, right? We're going to be here all day, every day, forever, right? You think that's a good idea now, but just wait until you're about 6 months in with me. You're like, man, this fucking guy. Right? I get it. I have similar feelings towards myself. I'm just kidding. And, we'll have a good time. Maybe push the limits. I don't know if I can play music or not on stream. I would love to, but I think it's going to get us in trouble. And I want YouTube's algorithm to like us, right? So maybe no music, and at least until GameStop squeezes and I can afford to not hunt ad revenue, right? Obviously, right now, I'm looking for ad revenue, right? That's my main goal here. But I want to do so with integrity, right? Because I know a lot of people, they're like, oh, the more or sensational I can be, the more hype I can drive, the more views I get, and ta-da, this is it. This is the end game. Everybody better watch. But you're not going to get that here. You're also not going to get paid rooms. I'm not charging anybody for anything. You see that's everywhere, which is crazy to me. If I make you money, support the channel. Maybe you come back and donate, whatever it happens to be. But most importantly, it's just the support, right? With the likes, that really helps. And then other people are going to come through the discovery algorithm of YouTube, and then they'll like as well. And, we'll just actually have the community that we should, but unfortunately don't on Superstonk, which is crazy. It's 6 years in. Okay, let's say Superstonk isn't the full 6 years. Let's say Superstonk's 4.5 years old. And they still don't have Options 101 for everybody set up, pinned on the front page. Like, that is ludicrous to me. But I, as an individual, have been able to do it for years and teach my entire Discord how to do it. And now I'm happy to show all of you. But Superstonk can't figure it out. They can figure out the whole global economy and what's wrong with it, but they can't figure out how to teach you to play options correctly. What is up with that? Right? That's crazy. By design, I don't know. I'll leave that up to you. I've made my mind up on that some time ago. On that note, I think Superstonk has both good actors and bad actors that hit way above my weight class. Don't kid you don't think Burry's got burners on Superstonk? Don't kid yourself, dude. Absolutely does. But on that same note, there's some short fund managers that I bet are in there as well, right? So not all is what it seems, and a lot of it is just absolute dog shit. But on that same note, there is some seriously good information on there, right? So you got to wade through it, and that's the dilution effect of information, right? A needle in a haystack may be one thing, but a needle in 100 haystacks covered in horse shit, who even was bother trying, right? So yeah, we're coming up to the S&P 500 retest of VWAP again. It did reject pretty aggressively the first time. But again, we said we wanted to give it some breathing room down below to grab liquidity like it did here, as long as it can reclaim base, and then maybe we can go. So is this the reversal that we've been looking for, or is it just a relief rally into further downs? I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. The 23s are down to about 90 cents, which is quite nice, from $1.20 earlier. So quite a discount as to what they were. And that's the importance of timing, because you had a good idea, right? With the 23s, with the 12th expiry, but it's really important to couple that with a good entry model on the underlying stock, right? So you get some gains right away instead of going red 30% or something silly, which typically would trigger a normal person's risk management to reduce risk. But I know you guys, you've been hanging out on Superstonk. I'm just kidding. And that's my personality type, right? I'm going to make fun of everything just to feel better about myself. Ta-da! I'm just like everyone else. Imagine that. So if I'm ever talking shit, don't believe it, right? Just be like, this guy's a dick, right? Like everyone else, So I'm right sometimes. I'm wrong a lot more than I'm right. So that is what it is. About an hour and a half until close. You guys are stuck with me a little longer, and I would call this a fairly successful first stream. Nothing crazy. 17 current viewers, 120 in total, which, it's not terrible. It's obviously not great, but it's our first day, right? And then we got to get online and brag about it. And then, hopefully not too soon. I want to get maybe comfortable with everything first, but eventually someone will leak us to Super Stonk and be like, hey guys, I found the person to teach us about options. At which point, we can kind of just show them everything that we've already been doing for however long, right? So again, if you are in this, I mentioned this to begin today's stream, an appropriate time to scale out. I don't care that there's another 9 days until earnings. You're up 100% on one of your plays. You should have been reducing that risk. I told everybody yesterday that this was the time to do it. So, doing my best for everyone. I don't want anyone's trade turn red by any means. We're going to be here again and again and again, not only with earnings, but whenever I see an entry model, I'm playing the options chain, of course, right? But we need to wait, excuse me, for those entry models to present themselves. They could be weeks, they could be months, right? But we know we should for sure get earnings, which is great. And, typically Ryan tweets something provocative. That's an easy play as well. Last time it was the Mario Kart tweet. We did 88% and an at the money call on that. Boom, easy in like 3 days. Free money, baby. But it's a lot of waiting, right? It's a lot of just sitting on your hands and hanging out, right? That's where a lot of people get burnt, is they can't wait. They're like, okay, I got to get into this position, but it's the wrong time. Even if it's the right position, timing is so much. People are still trading BYND. Wow, we looked at that this morning at $1.13, chat. I was dismissive. I was like, you guys got your beans ready? $1.42. So let's try to challenge this gap, the lower band of the gap. You don't care about that. I don't care about it either. It's good to be aware of what's moving in the market, though. So yeah, this looks like another breakdown here, which isn't good. 2 solid rejections off of VWAP. The sell side's looking pretty likely, in my opinion. Oh, my camera's off. Where? I'm hiding. I'm invisible. How long have I been invisible for? I am still here. Probably since lunch, right? Options question. Is there a better time to roll contracts? I'm currently own 20 calls. Date not important. Well, kind of is, but I'd like to add another week by rolling them to 21. No, it honestly doesn't really matter. If you truly are rolling in one transaction, right? You're going like it's happening instantaneous, right? So, no, it doesn't matter. I don't think. I don't think it matters if it's a down day or an up day, because you're going to be buying at the same time, right? Like, so what you're selling at a low, but you're also buying at a low, or you're selling at a high, but you're also buying at a high, right? Why are you adding time post earnings? Is it just because you I wouldn't be holding your contracts through earnings, so I wouldn't roll more time into them, in my opinion. I think that even if GameStop goes up on earnings, it'll still crush. I could be wrong. So I would be, I don't know, I would be cautious. at about like just throwing more money after bad, I guess, right? Um, sorry, dude, but it doesn't matter when you roll. Because even now, like you're still rolling into the same IV, right? Like, where is that? IV is down today. We're at 62 this morning. We're at 58. What the hell? Um, so the present photo was for people to take their gains last year. I hate to be that guy. Everybody's like, "Oh, what's in the box? What's in the box?" It was your gains were in the box. You were supposed to take profit. He literally came back, juiced the chain for everyone, squeezed the whole price of a $10 billion company, and gave everyone an exit because he felt bad because people were underwater because of him, right? Because they bought at the high and they were red, right? And you've seen his video on YouTube about the season of perpetual hope and I want to get back to my cost basis, right? Get on the bus with me and the boys. Um, that happened. We got the bus back to the cost average, right? And then here's your present. Merry Christmas, everyone. And nobody sold, right? And then the price crashed down. So, I don't think you need to look past that, right? Um, and that's what makes Supersonic sometimes so dangerous too, because they're taking what's present day information in real time and they're pushing it out on these future dates somehow. And that is to me unhinged. And also to me how they're selling covered calls. They're using complex wordsmithing, if you will, and mathematics, as a magic curtain to mystify the super stonkers into buying out of the money calls. That's how they do it. They trick you by pretending they're smarter than you. And I'm not saying that they're not. They probably are because they're able to run this whole freaking scam in the background. It's impressive. But they're doing it maliciously. A lot of this information, I believe, is engineered to incentivize you in a specific direction, right? So one account puts out this super DD, and another account puts out a YOLO update with some out of the money options, and another account says, "Oh, look how bullish these indicators are," and then it all comes together in monkey see, monkey do, right? But then monkey doesn't act appropriately within the money options or the correct expiry or whatever. They're copying what they've seen because they don't know themselves, because they didn't take the time to learn, because they've just been chasing ducks or whatever. Ay ay ay. So just sell your calls before earnings. For the love of God, sell some of them. So here's the thing. If your calls are red pre-earnings, they're going to be super red post-earnings. If your calls are green pre-earnings, they will be equal or less green post-earnings, typically, right? Like that IV is going to crush the chain regardless. Earnings, we already kind of talked about this, but average implied volatility crush for GameStop, 14%. That is, that's a lot to take off your contract, right? If they're $20 calls, though, that's better. It's better to roll an in-the-money option, right? And that's kind of how things get to be at a certain point. I don't know if GameStop's there yet, but I talked about how Tesla
got to this point where everybody was just able to buy options. It didn't matter well, it kind of mattered what strike, um, but they were able to buy at the money options, I guess, and a little bit out of the money, and it didn't matter the expiry because no matter what happened, Tesla was just up on the day every single day for months, right? Um, and that's the point in time where rolling your contracts up and out is super duper acceptable to me, right? Where you're just maintaining exposure, collecting more premium as you go, right? Um, but I'm not entirely certain that GameStop is in that position just to go up and go forever. Um, I think we're still probably pretty volatile for a little bit. I don't know. Selling puts, yeah. I mean, probably at 19, but yeah, honestly, anywhere here I think is fine. I have a little bit of a problem selling puts though. Um, it's like, isn't that cash better allocated to somewhere else? Like, I understand that the risk is quite low, but so is the reward, right? Um, and you can do far better on the other side of the trade, right? It takes it takes a lot of puts to be sold to cover your cost basis or your initial capital, right? Um, but if you go on the long side, you can be doing that in a couple trades. Like, um, so I like selling covered calls because you already own the stock, right? Because you're long on the stock. To to sell puts though, I personally have a little bit of a disconnect there because GameStop is volatile and will see price improvement, right? And then even if GameStop sees 4 or 5% price improvement, you've already surpassed the gains that you would selling the puts, right? Because you need so much cash to be selling puts that I think it's better allocated as far as a return on investment goes to the long side of the trade. Um, yeah, super safe, requires a ton of capital, doesn't make and it's a risk reward, right? So it's really low risk, but it's also really low reward, right? Um, typically, maybe selling puts in like a more of a broader market downtrend. Like if the S&P set a death cross, right? Um, and you really didn't expect much for GameStop, then maybe, right? You could do that. Um, but I wouldn't be selling puts on the stock that's low that you expect to go up, because if that stock goes up, your puts are super duper roasted, right? And you may as well have just waited to sell them, um, or gone long on the stock and just had gains. Um, and I think that's kind of where GameStop is like, it's pretty low and people are expecting a bit of a rally back. Now, how long that lasts, I don't really know, but I think that's just kind of the way I see puts, right? Are they filling their own bad orders? I don't necessarily know what that means. If you could rephrase, I'm always happy to answer anything. Um, like, I don't think any order is bad. Sometimes they're spoofing orders, right? Where you'll see on level 2, which I have that on my, I don't pay for it on this. It's on my other computer. Um, you'll see like a large order that acts as like a magnet. So if it's, like a large buy order above the price, if it was at the price, it would be being filled, right? But if it was above the price, the market maker wants to interact with that order, right? But then, like as the price gets up higher to interact with it, you'll see it pulled away, and then sometimes even put back even higher. Um, this is called spoofing, right? And I guess that could be a bad order, right? Where it's and lots of anyone with enough size can do this. It happens all over the place, and it's like it. provides like, so if you see a large order in the level 2, right? Uh, it provides confidence or further conviction in the play if you're long, right? Because you say, okay, look at this. There's this whale here that's also long on it, right? That's buyers ready to step in, right? If we can get to this level, so that can like, and then they can pull it. And sometimes they don't put it higher to keep dragging the price up. Sometimes it's like a hedge flip trick. But I don't know what other bad orders we have really. Because like all the phantom shares are still being sold, right? Like the broker sells the share, the consumer or customer pays for it. um you can't differentiate between the order of a real share and a fake share. They're all essentially the same, right? Even though more shares may exist than the float should allow, um you can't really say, oh, this one's real, that one's fake, until you know they would leave, I guess, apparently, right? Um, womp womp womp. 3 hours in, further than I thought we'd make it. Oh my gosh! I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back for our final hour. Thank you guys so much. Alrighty, darn. So we have a market structure shift on GameStop on the 1 minute, which is probably irrelevant, but it's a start, right? We have to start somewhere. The broader market continues to bleed down, trending below the 21 is not great, right? Really bad stuff here. Are we going to get like a power hour based reversal? We'll have to see. There's 1 hour left in the day. So let's see where we finish. What was Max Payne? $20. Sorry, wrong week. $21. Well, we're at $22.50, so I don't know about that. Good luck, Mr. Market Maker. And trending above Max Payne is great. I'll put it in Discord. I have a delay. Hey, toddlers are going to be important here. The Super Stomp group, I don't follow them. I don't follow them a lot either. Well, actually, I do. I'm on Super Stomp every single day. I hate this place, but I also love this place. That's crazy. How's Super Stomp today? What? Holy shit. Oh, that's a big one. Ooh. That's a big one too. Jesus Christ. Why are these Pokemon cards worth so much? We were back on this morning. What the hell? Whoa! What the fuck? I shouldn't be swearing on these, but holy Toledos. Jesus Christ. All right. So even though Region costs me my life savings on Bed Bath & Beyond, I still like his data, right? We won't hold it against him, but we're aware. We're aware that some people just like to feed hype for clicks. So we're talking about the RSI, which we were talking about today. We broke our downtrend today, right? We're not getting up to 32. Do not kid yourself. Don't do it. 117%. Perfect. Your mom sends me a lot of DMs too, so I got to make sure I take that off screen. Oh, these are your imbalances? But isn't this an order block? That doesn't look like an imbalance. You're drawing them out differently than I do. You're going to the impulse through it. And I do wick to wick. Which you have these ones marked out relatively, right? I think you're just drawing them in a like a more broader, like mine are a little bit tighter than this. But I also don't have, like I wouldn't have some of these marked the same way. Are you drawing these yourself, or is it calculated on a script? Okay. The biggest trick for me to trade GME is to swap expiration dates because they can tank the price so heavily for weeks without any news. just regarding good financial health of the company. Yeah, I mean, it's we have a very large market cap, which makes us easy prey. Um, and it's very easy, I think, to move the price of an illiquid stock by manipulating the options chain, which we just seen. Like, there's so many 25s on the chain in the last couple weeks. Um, so like you're drawing your imbalances through the impulse, and for me, it's the area void of a candle, right? Like you see, this candle has a void between this candle, the body of it, and it's just the wick that's here, and that wick is the imbalance for me, because there wasn't a lot of orders interacted with here, right? Kind of the same thing. Like we did, oddly enough, on the one day, like I do have a volume imbalance there, like how I look at them. Um, didn't we draw that earlier? Yes. Like for me, this is still a volume imbalance right here, right? Because this candle has the body ending right here, but then this candle opens up here, right? So on the one day, this area here for me is a volume imbalance, and then the impulsive move through it, which is what you entered on, right? On the retest, which is honestly sniper, dude. That's really good. Like if you waited all of this out, like if you waited the 200 break and the downtrend break and then these sell sides, if you waited and it was like, okay, now I buy right here, that's impressive, honestly. That's good shit. Where's our next one though? Well, here's a volume imbalance. I mean, they're all over the place though, right? Like even here. And that's typically why I don't play them a lot. Is they're fairly present. Um, that is a sniper though. Like that was not interacted with, and it was just chilling. Like it truly is impressive. I never get tops and bottoms. Actually, well, sometimes I get pretty close. Uh, I unloaded a bunch at 77. I was pretty pleased with myself the other day. Well, it's like a year ago now, but this is the closest I got to timing the top. 77 was my last sell on the squeeze last year. But that's, it's the way that I do it. I don't time tops and bottoms. I dollar cost average. I'm a simple man. I don't have that in-depth knowledge you guys do. So I like to buy in. I like to sell out. I keep it easy. We are testing the VWAP again. Can we do it? Which means GameStop's probably curling up too, right? What are those 23s at? 94 and a dollar. They're still chilling. I think good entry on those if we can reclaim, but maybe it's safer to wait until tomorrow. Because the world's not ending tonight. It's just a night's worth of theta. Unless the market caps up and GameStop follows it, it would have been the correct play. And those power packs were crazy. Yeah. So there is the mechanics that if we get to that 32, the warrant makers will need to unwind their hedge, which I thought we were going to get with the bondholders will have to unwind their hedge. I thought we were going to get that with the warrants, but I think they just doubled down on it, right? And that's why we got all that short pressure. So eventually, when we do break 32 and trend towards 37, that auto exercise or whatever, or conversion price, there will be buy pressure, like a substantial amount of it, right? But who can really predict when those bondholders unwind that hedge, right? Because they was it till 2032, or like they've got time. So I don't know if it's 2032. A long time, years and years. So I don't think they're necessarily in a rush to do so. With that being said, I'm fairly certain that the bondholders were in need of liquidity and couldn't afford to buy it at the market, so it's got to be negotiated off the table, which is I'm almost positive that's why we've seen them be oversubscribed and why they were given the 0%, because that's not something that typically happens, right? And now with that being said, I think that we see that again, right? I think that every time we get into a spot where GameStop is going to, melt faces and ruin the market, we're going to do a dilution-based move to let them off a little bit for a time, right? Because it's not like the situation goes away. They, in theory, need multiple times the float. And if, we give them 10% so they can survive another year, who cares? The only thing we're going to be doing in that year is sizing up ourselves, right? And as far as the company goes, it's going to be improving its balance sheet and financials. So, the more time we're here, the better, even if we're letting them off the hook little bit by little bit, in my opinion, right? I do not mind dragging this out for multiple earnings, because it's not easy to find a stock like GameStop, right? And it's not easy to find leadership like Ryan, right? So it's a unique position we find ourselves in, and I personally would like to make the most out of it. I know people just want to make a quick buck. That's fine. I get it. Then go waste it on power packs so I can have a second squeeze. I appreciate that. I'll be scalping around my core position, but to each their own. I don't know. It's hard to say, and that's the thing. We all have different goals too, right? Like I have a long runway, a young guy, lots to do, family to have still, and for that, my vision for all of this extends into the future quite a bit. In contrast to maybe someone who's just looking to retire, right? They're at the end of their work cycle, and a couple extra milli in the bank would be pretty cool. And that can get me into, end of days, safe and sound, right? That person just would want the one and done, I assume, right? And move on with the last days that they have. Bore gullet. But, not us, right? We want a long runway. We want to be playing these cycles over and over again as many times as we can as we wait for the big day, which there's going to be so many big days is the thing that people don't, I think, necessarily realize. Like when we squeeze to 70, oh, big day, cool. But then, we're going to squeeze to 200 in a couple years after that, and oh, big day. And then, it's this whole process, I assume, repeats itself for some time. And I don't think it unfolds as quickly as people expect it to. Now, I could be wrong. I'm wrong all the time, and I would love to be wrong, but um, this is going to take years. Sorry. My apologies. But you're in good hands, and you've already been here for years, so what's, you know, the second half of your life? We have fun, right? Rejecting VWAP again. Not looking good. Not looking good. So maybe we hold off. We wait till tomorrow. We wait till Wednesday. We still want those 23s, and we want them at some point, but we don't want to be buying them into weakness, right? We don't want to be giving back any of these profits, which again, if you've not scaled out, for the love of all things that are holy, please do so. You've got some time, but I don't want to see anyone's trade turn red, right? Aside from that, maybe let's dig into the chain a little bit. 23s on the week. I think maybe 23s on next week, not this week. Holy, next week is actually pretty loaded here. Specifically at 24, so we can see a big call wall at 24. You think we finish the week above 24 next week? Earnings above 24? I mean, that could be the start of something, right? Like if these all finish in the money, that's quite a bit of delivery. And then 25 the week after. And then down to 23. These are actually good calls. 23, 25. Yeah, I mean, the thing is when the price is below these levels, it acts like a level of resistance, the call wall that we can't get above. So it's never great, right? It's not really ever a good thing to see. A lot of sold 15s, right? Those are good money. I think it's going to take a long time to get back up to those levels. I don't think we get there in a day. Does GameStop trade at $30 and $40? Oh, absolutely. Why wouldn't it? Battle of 180. Let's go. But I don't see it for some time. I think it'll be slow and steady once things do decide to go, and I'm okay with that. And I would honestly expect rejection around 30 again. Well, first I would expect it around 24, 25, that 24.50 or the 200 on the one day, but I definitely would expect it around 30 again. And if not, then there could be a de-hedged base movement that does throw us up that high. It could be, but I think it's more likely that we do another bond offering that's due in like 2038 or something, right? To extend their runway. And I think we do that forever, honestly, but I could be wrong. So I think anytime there's really a volumetric event where the counterparty would need to go buy shares at the market, they're not going to, and they're going to do it through a bond privately. Which I know really upsets a lot of people, but who can say what is right and what is wrong? Because nothing is certain in the world, right? And just because this one thing should make it squeeze doesn't mean that it will, right? And taking the cash, strengthening the balance sheet, that's something that will guarantee it, right? So you're risking a maybe for a guarantee, right? So why risk a maybe in the future for a guarantee in the present, right? It's kind of silly when you think of it that way. Take the guarantee every time. Oh, 33. Sorry, I thought I read 38. I was like, well, that's crazy. 33, I mean, it's just as likely as 38, to be honest, because at that point, we're just squeezing pre and post market and probably shoot back down. But I don't know. Like, I really need to take all these things in real time. Woo. We are about half an hour to close here, which is great. 48 minutes. Sorry, 38. Math is so hard. You're the guy we're taking advice from? Settle. We got receipts for you guys. You're in good hands, I promise. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think so at all. And then it's not just that, right? It's about building the trust between, one another and the community at large, right? Where it's to a point where you can go in and get advice that isn't malicious in nature, right? They're not looking to take lunch money out of your pocket, right? They're looking to help you. And, that's my ultimate goal, right? Is we've seen we are seeing a lot of people get laid off, right? The AI craze is here. Companies are downsizing, getting rid of people. And it would be my honor to provide even a fragment of these individuals, a way of living that they didn't have, right? Like, I used to be a power engineer in the oil field, right? And now I work on my computer, right? And this was a lot to do with the community to help me along the way, right? Like, sure, I put in all this work myself. I've got like 6,000 or some crazy number of videos on YouTube for Magic the Gathering. But it was like the other content creators, who reached out and were like, hey, check this guy out. He's doing good work. That helped my channel succeed and stuff, right? So it is a communal effort in all things. And it would be my pleasure to provide a place to help others thrive online like I was helped, right? Kind of a different space. Obviously, you're not going to be creating Magic the Gathering Arena YouTube content, but the earnings plays, the option swings, the swing trades, all of this, the technical analysis mostly. So, because you don't need me, I don't know anything, right? But I've spent X years on the charts, so it kind of makes sense through repetition, right? And that's how I learn, is through repetition and visualization, I suppose. But you can do this. I assure you that. It's just would take some time, right? To learn the different things, which there are not that many of. It would take you like less than a week, and then B, to practice with them, right? To understand that when this order block forms, the price is going to blitz down from it, right? Things like that. And then we got a bullish order block here, and what happens there, right? And it's about, all of these different things, having seen them play out hundreds of times or thousands of times to gain the confidence to interact with them, right? And it's not difficult. Even like the level 2 order book. What level 2? What is that? It's just all of the orders listed, interacting with each other, so you can see them and their quantity, right, and their price. It's nothing. It's literally just that. But through watching it and understanding, you see a big order, it's attracting to it. But you now know this because you've watched it play out so many times, right? And you have the confidence because of that, right? So, nothing I do here is special, genius in any way. It is all very basic, and I've developed it to be so, specifically, to teach new people, which I believe will be plentiful, honestly, because there's so many companies downsizing right now. And where does someone go who was creating, like had a 6-figure salary, right? where are they going to match that now? Like it's tough because it's not just one company doing it; it's they're all doing it. So where do we go, right? So if we could provide any form of safe haven for individuals, I think that's pretty cool, right? That's pretty badass. Um, Keeping everyone's families fed, right? So, um, yeah, I don't know. Probably a lot of rambling today. I don't, man, 3.5 hours is impressive. I didn't think we'd make it this long. And I didn't even pass out. I was like, man, maybe we'll just like have like a nap or something. I see the other streamers, they're like not even on camera, man. They're probably sleeping. GameStop does have a reversal, right? We have our 21 EMAs crossing and a break of structure, which happens to align with our 200 moving average on the 1 minute, of course. And whenever a break of structure forms, that's going to be an order block typically. So can the 200 hold? And maybe we do get a little bit of a push into the end of the day. The 23s are still trading at just over $1. I think Ryan Cohen has replaced the old way of forced dilutions to a more elegant way of the warrants, giving a choice to every shareholder if they want to exercise and dilute the float. Yes, it could be more warrants, absolutely. So the warrants offer future protection, because let's be honest, it's the shorts. Like if you don't exercise your warrant as a long and you sell it at the market, 100% it's a short buying to exercise to close out their obligation. 100%. However, those are a future promise, right? Whereas the bond, they're getting that right away, aren't they? Or are they not? Actually, they're no. I don't think they are. I don't think they actually get that till the conversion, right? Which maybe blows up my theory of saying that it's the shorts taking it to fulfill their obligations rather than buying it at the open market, because the bonds they're not getting those. Those shares technically don't unlock into the future, anyways, as well. So there goes that theory. Yeah, you can even do HGT or something, might be better. If I hold in the money 18s expiring Jan 2027, how much overall value affected held through earnings? Probably not a lot. The longer to expiry you have, I think the less IV exposure you'll suffer. So if we look at the IV, there's like a 30-day, a 20-day, and a 250-day or something. And they're not going to... You'll be fine. The 2027s are okay. You see how the 252 is 50, right? So I don't think the longer term options are exposed as badly, specifically if they're in the money. Let me double check though. So I get things backwards often. It's pretty common for me. It's a thing I like to do. Oh, this is your take profit area? Is that what you're showing it? What's that, $65? I'll allow it. I thought you said 33. My Twitch communities. Where are you? Are you asleep? Tonight, if you guys are bored, I will be on Twitch. We're going to be playing Magic. We're going to be playing Battlefield. Maybe watching a movie, and obviously checking on the charts, going through the news. If I intend to sell at a later date, yeah, I think you're fine. So an IV crush is only going to affect the extrinsic or time value of an option. So the intrinsics, you're okay and you're in the money, right? So that's really going to help you. So even if you do have IV crush and you're already in the money, you'll lose a substantially less amount. IV's a very short-term event, so it's going to spike and crush, and then kind of re-equilibrate, all before your expiry and multiple times. As we get to earnings closer to 2027, though, you would start to see it. You'll feel it, but like it's not going to get crushed, right? Like you might get, a couple percentage points, but and if they weren't in the money, if they were at the money, then maybe it would be worse, right? But I think that if they're 18s, like that's like really, really good. What are your goals for the 18s though? Are you just holding to exercise? This fucking guy. Resident Sleeper. We got a mod in chat? Oh my god. I'm gonna report this guy. All right. You should have mod access now, dude. Welcome. You don't feel obligated to hang out here. But one day I'm sure it'll be busy and I'll be like, man, I need some police. Where's my mods? And then I'll put out the bat signal. You can come in and just like start laying down the ban hammer, right? Combo. But yeah, I'm live on Twitch in the evenings now, and be hanging out there. We're here during the days, right? Obviously online all day. No matter what, I'm going to be at my computer, I assure you. Right? And I'm on early morning too. Like I was up at 3:30 this morning, and we did a live stream, watched a couple movies, looked at the charts together, played some Battlefield, right? Just hanging out, doing our best. And there's about 25 minutes left in the market, and then we'll probably take a quick break, and then we'll get on Twitch again. Yeah, so just make sure that you do take profits on a run up, because it's important, because you can always buy them back on a retracement, right? And I've had, unfortunately, some leaps that we had the run and I scaled them out, right? I was an appropriate trader. They were out of the money too. They were bad. They weren't in the money. But we did really well on them. But I left runners. I was like, you know what? These are fine. They're not fine. No, they're not fine. So make sure that you do take your profits accordingly. Because if I hadn't taken profits, I hadn't scaled out to reduce risk, I would be absolutely cooked, right? Which is brutal. So that's the one thing that I got to drive home for everybody is take your profits. You don't have to sell it. You scale out, at least 50%. If you're up 100% on a position and you sell 50%, now it's all house money. You're going to give 100% of that house money back. You're still at break even, right? So even if it absolutely crashes and burns, you've not actually lost anything other than time, right? And you've learnt a little bit as well, which is good. Um, Now you start scaling out more than 50%. That's going to be fantastic because now you've got actual gains. And say you're up 100%, you scale out 75%. All of your risk is removed. You've made 25%, and you remain in the trade, right? You still have exposure, but you've literally mitigated almost all of your risk, which is the name of the game. And then those runners run and they do good, or they get stopped out eventually, maybe at break even or something, right? You don't have to let them go to zero either, but things happen, and they happen quite quickly a lot of the times in the market. And you can go from being up hundreds or even thousands of percents on some of these options to being red quite quickly. So it's important. Like, I know everybody always wants more, but the only way you'll ever get more is by taking it, right? And you do have to take it. You can't just leave it there because it'll get taken back from you. Not your shares. If you want to leave your shares forever, that's fine. You don't want to swing or scalp around your core position. I get it. That's fine. I would recommend you give the idea some thought and maybe practice on a paper account if it makes you nervous. If it makes you uneasy at all, right? We don't want that. And then, once you're more comfortable with the idea, maybe then you start with a super small percentage, right? And then you can work your way up as your confidence increases, But the only, man, it's either you're taking terrible entries, which is super easy to fix, or you're being greedy, which is also pretty easy to fix, right? As long as you can get out of your way, right? But a lot of traders do struggle to do that. So we're having another break of structure on our 1 minute, which is great. First, that market structure shift, and then we hit those higher highs. Good to see. Yeah. What do we have? 20 minutes left in the day. People, and this is how things go in that earnings week, is everybody wants the dip, right? So it gets bought up pretty quickly. The 23s are just at $1. Should we add some? Should we add some 23s, you guys? We should have done it earlier. Or should we wait for tomorrow? There's no rush. Let's wait. There's no need to rush. Right? Sometimes I will buy calls the day of the earnings call and just sell it the afternoon, buy them in the morning and just sell them in the afternoon. Just in and out, like a demon's whisper. No problem. And yeah, if the SPY's just going to reject here, there's no point. It does look good, though. GameStop looks good, and the S&P 500 looks primed to break out as well. But we're still, we're just hugging this downtrend, which makes me nervous. It makes me incredibly nervous. And that's why we want people scaling out. Because if this breaks down, there's a good chance GameStop does as well. Not a good chance. It will. It's a 100% chance. And, then you're going from up 100% to only up 50%. And you could have scaled out X amount, right, at that 100%. And now that the dip has happened, instead of having sat through it, you can scale back in, right? Just like you scaled out. There's no reason that you have to stay scaled out. You can definitely dollar cost average back in, and again, just scalp around the position. Of course, with all that being said, I still want everybody unloaded, the majority of these contracts, before the earnings call while IV is still high, because you can't guarantee what happens on that call. But we have been able to basically guarantee the run up into it. That pre-earnings run, super common across almost every single stock in the market, and something that you can benefit from every earnings, as we have here this quarter, again next quarter, and again next quarter, right? So, just preserve your capital. Capital conservation. Sit on your hands if you get too excited and you're like, I gotta go buy contracts. Probably not a good way of doing things, right? On that note, it could be a good time to sell contracts. And so any contracts you sell right now would be non-confirmation. I'm talking covered calls. And you would want to have those calls be out of the money where you think GameStop goes to. So let's say you think GameStop's going to, go to 27, you're selling 28s, which they're not. They're worth almost nothing, but $20 a contract is still something, and then maybe you actually add a week to it. So, sell 19s instead, right? 20, now you get, an extra little bit, because the IV crush is still going to happen across the chain. The IV is just so low, though. It should be higher. Out of the money it's quite a bit higher, but at the money it's very, very low, considering earnings is right around the corner for what should be a positive quarter again. With even more power pack revenue, tailwind from the Switch 2 still. On the regular trading hour chart, the price is bouncing on the trend upline from 20s 5 times now. Break down tomorrow. Yeah, it could. It honestly could. And that's, a lot of people don't necessarily get that, right? When they're new to trading, it's, you just buy and then you sell and you're rich, right? They don't necessarily put any thought into managing the position between, entry and full exit, which is very important to do. Yes. A lot of Christmas shopping. My nephew got a Switch too, right? So a lot of Switches going out for Christmas this year. That's true. That might give even further tailwind though into, well, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe one more quarter for Switch sales. I think margins are pretty thin on that as well, but it's better than nothing, right? At least it's something, Mac. I think that GameStop is in a position to make their own publishing house, even if it's an indie publishing house. I think they could do it. And then I'd like to see that content be sold on Steam, for example, on other digital marketplaces. No worries, homie. If I ever didn't answer something, hit me up again. Just like re-yell it at me. There's no wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Not a terribly inexciting day, I'll be honest. That's better than I thought it would be. Right? We got some good price improvement, up a whole percent, right? 1 whole percent. Wow. Yeah, I think like a publishing house for indie games like the Curse cartridge would be really cool because it wasn't that bad. And Steam has like a lot of trash games. And then maybe like some form of grant for indie developers or something. I don't know. Just curious. Like we see, Netflix used to do like the used DVDs, right, in the mail, right? And then they're like, well, we're gonna make our own content, right? And a lot of that content is quite bad. It's subpar. Don't get me wrong. But look how well they're doing as a company. They are a powerhouse, right? They're a FANG member, so uh, it's hard to like think that that wouldn't be a good idea. I guess, in my opinion, um, it's very much on brand for GameStop to be making games. I'm not saying that GameStop's able to put out a AAA title. Probably not. I mean, they could hire the talent, obviously, but um, I do think that there is a lot of room in the indie community still to grow, right? To develop a niche and thrive based upon it. Furthermore, we see the Steam box or whatever, which is just couple sticks of RAM, a graphics card, and a hard drive. Here's your USB plugins and your HDMI out, right? It's a Raspberry Pi that's hefty, okay? There's no reason GameStop couldn't do a limited edition run console, right? Even if it could literally still run SteamOS, right? It could run Windows, whatever. It doesn't matter. It could run Linux for all I care. But a limited edition console would be amazing. That would be super duper cool. Or, well, we've seen the controllers. I think the actual hardware might be better. And I would like to keep it limited edition so we could inflate the price, right? So you could sell it for $2,000 instead of $200, right? But then it's like super high end and limited, and it's a collector's edition, and maybe they're numbered. Maybe there's only 1,000 of them, right? Well, they might have to sell for more than that then. I don't know. There's just so many ways for GameStop to potentially turn a buck, right? I like personally the collector limited edition numbered items because then you're not ever overextending on inventory, right? You're not buying product that doesn't sell, it kind of circumvents that. So we'll see. I'm still just happy for the power packs, and again, I think a lot of people are going to come out fairly pleased with the outcome of GameStop over the next X years, and this generation loves their Pokemon, right? So I think that's pretty decent, and the baseball and soccer and all that is pretty cool too. But I don't think that they're gonna even come close to the Pokemon cards as far as I'm concerned. Maybe I'm just not in the loop for football cards, but I've never seen a football card in my life, right? I've seen plenty of Pokemon cards, so. But I am but the child, What do we got here? 9 minutes on my. Oh yeah, 10 minutes till market close. We did pretty good. So what do you guys want to see in today? Because I still have to film that. Jesus. What do you guys want to see in today's recap video? Just do our general TA, and how have those videos been for you? Are you liking them at all? We'll go over our options, say how they finished during the day. We'll talk about Michael Burry's post, I guess, recap that. The power packs, we can go through that. That's a pretty cool pull here. Volatility, we can talk about it being down, make sure people scale out. Check on the options chain, which looks spooky ooky at 24. I also don't feel like we'll make it past that, but a lot of people say earnings is going to be good and we'll be above that, so I don't know. I don't want to tell them they're wrong. And I buy 0-day expiries all the time. So on like GameStop, you can only do that on a Friday, right? But like the S&P 500, you can do that every day, right? Buy dailies. So sometimes you can get them to do crazy things. Like I've seen, contracts go from 3 cents to $3, which is insane. But the risk on them is super duper. So you got to get like GameStop kind of trending downwards all Friday. And then Friday afternoon, power hour, just like a massive ripper. And that's the best way to do it is you can buy, an at the money or just out of the money daily, and they're going to be cheap. Like they're going to be worthless, and there's a reason they're worthless, right? But if you do catch a reversal, these things can turbo print like thousands and thousands of percent. Um, Nothing I do a lot, it's when I'm bored and if I see it, if there is an opportunity, but it's not a typical setup, right? It doesn't happen all the time, but something that you can definitely look for on a Friday. So next week, I talked about buying a weekly and closing it in that same day, right? And I think that's what you're referring to as the 1 day call. So that's not going to be a daily because it still expires on Friday. And so I'll be buying it Monday, selling it Monday, or buying it Tuesday, selling it Tuesday. Still just before the call. Yeah, I have 5,600% on a Bed Bath & Beyond call. I wish I had it framed. Like, that should be on my wall. Damn it. Oh, man. Fucking Bed Bath & Beyond. I tell you what. I might have dodged the AMC bullet, but I got hit by the Bed Bath & Beyond train. Ugh. I still got Jake Freeman's name up on my list. I'm coming for him one day. You're on my list, Jake. That little fucker burned me. I'll admit it. I learned a little lesson. Can you explain how to do some advanced trading strategy with both options and shares trading at the same time to hedge one with the other? Well, you'd have to be shorts. You'd be buying puts at that point, unless you were shorting the stock, which I don't. So maybe a better way to do that hedge would be you buy an at the money call, and then you sell an out of the money call. So, like, say right now, you would buy a 22 and you would sell a 25, right? And that would start to give you a bit of a hedge. But as far as like hedging a long position, you'd have to be going short on it, which is just buying puts, which I obviously am not a big fan of. Because anytime you'd want to buy puts on GameStop, the IV is going to be fucking jacked to the tits, right? You're better off just selling your shares and buying them back. Well, I mean, they still print, but they're just expensive, high risk. But yeah, we can go over like call spreads and stuff, like a vertical spread. Because I do think that is smart as well, right? Like you shouldn't, like an earnings play is one thing, and to get everybody, and I do want this to be a bit of a beginner's channel for everyone, because obviously I'm not an expert, right? I'm not doing iron condors and stuff. But definitely once GameStop starts performing at a higher level than it is currently, I think that's somewhere we could go with it for sure. So the S&P 500 getting crushed into close. Not good. And GameStop holding on, which is impressive. We must be right into close. This is a lot of volume. 5 more minutes. And keep in mind, a lot of people don't know this because they don't trade for a living, but you can close your option contracts on the S&P 500 15 minutes after close, right? So typically your option contracts get locked out at 2, or I guess it would be 4 Eastern here, and you can't trade them after that. Like if I owned GameStop calls, I couldn't trade them after 2, but on the indexes, like the S&P 500, you have 15 minutes to close those out. Because some people will buy dailies and not realize that they have extra time to sell them. Not that that's relevant to you guys, but I'm staring at the chart, eating shit here, and I'm thinking that the bell is going to close, but then after the bell closes is when it gets to its our potential take profit level that we were kind of pointing out earlier, right? We said, if we can't reclaim VWAP, we're going to aim for the sell side, And we tried it 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 times you could call that. And now, since we can't do it, we're like, okay, well, I guess this is the other option, right? So we're kind of chucking down there. So we're going to have to, yeah, I think scalping around your core position is really good and is the best reward to risk that you can get. If you like, so if GameStop is squeezing, right? The IV is going to be really high, and to buy puts is going to be really expensive. Furthermore, if it's squeezing, what's to stop it from squeezing more and then absolutely roasting your puts, right? So it's, I think, best to buy puts on GameStop when it's trading during periods of like if you could get, like, this would have been a good area here, right? Where we were kind of in the gap trading sideways, right? So there's not going to be a ton of IV here. And then we broke down off of that. So like if you could try to get into the trend retest and fail those breakthroughs like we did on the 200, I guess that would be a good time to buy puts. I've never bought a put on GameStop. Honestly, I'm not that guy. I'm a long. But I'll sell covered calls as a short position, but I don't necessarily like to buy puts on this company. I'm sure they work out. Like, this would have been a really good spot to do it. And even here, the IV would have been a little high here, but they would have paid for sure. That's a massive drop. I don't feel the need to hedge my GameStop position ever. Truly. Like, it's one thing if you want to, do a spread, right? And you're selling 25s and buying 20s. I think that's appropriate, but that's still like a long position, right? That's not a short position. And again, I don't have all the answers, right? I just, like, as an RPG character, some guys swing a sword, some guys have a dagger, some guys, an axe, some guys cast fireballs, right? Like, some people heal, like, everybody has a different kind of trading style and different spells or abilities that they're comfortable utilizing to gain advantage, right? So, just because I am a fireball caster doesn't mean that swinging a sword isn't relevant, right? So, I don't have all the answers, I guess is what I mean to say. I'd like to, don't get me wrong, but I just know how to do a couple really basic things pretty decently, right? I prefer the Ice Mage. It's true. I love slowing it down. You can either or. So yeah, that's today's stream. The market is closed. GameStop 22.79, looking good. Our swing trade is down a little bit today, but basically trading at parity as to what it was. We were up about 100% today. 101. I seen it. So yeah, that is it. Thank you all so much for stopping by. I appreciate each and every one of you, all 24 of you, but 184 throughout the day, which is impressive. That's awesome. So if you leave a like, you leave a comment, that's going to be deadly. And every time you do, I'm going to come back the next day, okay? And of course, we're going to have our review video. We're going to go over everything. So if there's ever anyone that send them those recap videos, because maybe they don't have the time to hang out on stream all day, but maybe they do have 8 to 10 minutes to watch a recap video that I put out, right? And then the day trades, we're always taking a look at the general market as well. And through that, we've been able to curate our technical analysis skill set, in which we're able to do all of this for you through GameStop. All right? So I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much. Merci, mon ami. For the first live stream, you're one of the few honest traders give good advice for sharing your knowledge without a trap. Yeah, they be trapping out there. I got to prove to myself that you can actually make money as a good person. Because you look everywhere, and it's like everyone making bank is like, man, Grift City. Like, are none of the good guys winning? That's insane. So we're just going to do our best. It's got to work. There's no way it doesn't. And we'll be back tomorrow. Take care of yourselves.